TT Global, you've drafted the all ground here. We'll definitely see some form of engage, be it the board, be it like what Dave said, the mid-wave clear without buying the jungle item. So they clear out the mid-wave and we might see the first initial invade.
A lot of questions to be answered here by both of the Titans coming from KPL region. Now, with this being said, you know, the last series that they played against each other, it was TT Global that took full control of the initial jungle timings on the side of AG.AL. Can they do it again today?
If they want to win against the best team in KPL AG.AL, TT Global has to repeat that success that they found in the regular season. So, man, this is gonna be a blast of a series because this is the first time in KWC that we see these two teams go head-to-head.
I'm pretty sure TT Global will go for the initial Crimson Challenge. Now, I'm not talking about stealing because AG.AL, TT Global, they are teams that know about the potential of each lineup. They will defend their buffs.
They will indeed defend their buffs. But ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 of the best of 7 series, the grand finals between TT Global and AG.AL. 让我们听见观众们的欢呼声 Let's go!
Alright, so Blam, let's get you in on this. Any thoughts on the start of this game?
I mean, the starts on it, I'm really liking TT Global's draft here. Obviously, the Orgrin with the Huan, a lot of sustainability into the team fights, and then you got Ching on the Dharma, looking for that catch onto the backline, right?
Exactly, and just looking at the early game here, the invade that Kin was mentioning about was neutralized from the side of Zoe here. Zoe with the superior smite gets the wild boar camp.
That's a horrible start, if I may, for the side of TT Global. Now, not only is Sunrise behind in terms of EXP, he's also behind in timings, which is why Crane is helping to support with the Azure take. Hopefully, you know, Sunrise is going to reach that on time.
That is the importance coming in from these top tier teams. 1 second, 5 seconds difference will make a very huge difference here, especially we see that all these neutral objectives towards the top side will be contested as Ching take a bit of a damage.
This is a nice situation for the side of AG. On both lanes, top and the bottom, Clash and Farm already having the numbers advantage, allowing Zoe to also feed on that middle lane wave.
But look at Sunrise though. Sunrise is here to forbid the River Sprite to being taken away here. And light up the cheer. 一诺比赛加油，这个夏天期待你再次闪耀沙特。So, 一诺 fighting coming in from the light up the cheer.
They need to give maximum support. There's a lot of AG.AL fans in the arena right now, but they are not alone. TT Global as well, they are showing up. And right away, 3-on-3 in the mid.
A fast clear here coming in from both teams here as once again, the objectives that we talked about here will be this wild boar camp here. They want to secure every single resource that's available on the map.
That's why this year we say nothing is granted. Everything has to be earned. You have to fight and defend for your camps. You have to go and aggress to get those advantages in this game.
And that is the beauty of these two teams here. They are fighting neck and neck in this early game to really look for these secures here. And towards the top side, we are seeing Ron dominating this lane on the Charlotte.
So smart, right? They actually rotate Sheng down, who does magic damage, so Snow is not going to have a good time. Now, Ino has a little bit more time to push the wave. They can start rotating early. That Horntail Beast at the bottom side will go into the hands shared by 3 different members of AG.AL.
I'm loving what AG.AL is doing. They're splitting so much resource and the goal efficiency is so top tier coming in from AG.AL. You see Ino literally going from mid lane to bot lane to mid lane and getting so much gold onto this lane.
And this is a AG.AL specialty, right? So Joy catches a glimpse of what's happening on the side of AG.AL's jungle, and now the rotations will be made by AG. They need to protect this Azure Golem.
And it seems to be the case, right? TT Global, they're formulating an invade here right now, and usually we see these top tier teams, AG.AL, TT Global, they love to fight around the buff. But fighting around the enemy jungle pre-4 minutes, you will be punished heavily because there is a defensive mechanism.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, right? So right now, Sunrise gets 1 steal. It's a small advantage. Once again, this is a game of very minor margins. Whoever edges it out will have that lead, and that can snowball really quickly.
And that is exactly the case here, but we want to be looking at these win conditions here coming in from both teams here. TT Global, I am looking at Ching with the Dharma to look for these big engages here. Sunrise, to get enough gold to be this unstoppable front line here. So that is Ching's and TT Global's late game, right? You have Snowy as well. This construct view that scales exceptionally well. On the side of AG.AL, you're banking on Ron and Dino's skill towards the late game so they can be this late game demon.
Yes, the mind games have already started, right? On the side of TT Global, is all about control, get the stuns, and hopefully we put you in the corner, which is going to be Ching's favorite situation to find himself in.
And look at Ching right now. He's slowly looking for the flank angle here. He's behind Zoe. Zoe is forced to use the Dream Roam here. They do not have the position for this Tyrant.
Yeah, GT Global, they start off well. The first Tyrant of the game will go into their hands. This is going to allow them the ability to take good fights against AG.AL, which you can tell. AG says, it's okay, we'll let you poke, we won't let you take the actual fight.
Exactly, this is why Tyrant is so important and key. It gives you so much damage, it allows you to fast push these waves. What does that accomplish? It allows you to rotate even faster, get more of these neutral resources.
But exactly, AG.AL knows this. So take a look at what they're doing, right? They're putting numbers as a defense. You have the advantage, we'll even that out with manpower.
Exactly, and look at that. Like you mentioned there, manpower, making sure that Yino gets a safe laning phase, but Snowy and Joy, spell after spell, cannon blast after oak bolts. The health bars are just taking low from the side of AG.
Yep, this is a power spike you definitely want to have, right? This is why draft is so important. The BPs setting up situations to make it easier to play your game, and straight away, TT Global, they're looking for that advantage.
And look at Zoe though, he's looking for a flank angle here. Sunrise, he's going in deep as the cannon blast has landed.
Yeah, it's not going to be too much trouble for the side of AG.AL, but still, that Azure Golem is under pressure. Zoe, forced to use the Dream Roam, actually turns around at this point. The refresh allowing him to be in a safe position if he moves a little bit too far forward.
And look at Rondo, he's being surrounded by 4 members coming in from TT Global here. He's playing around his capabilities. He's making sure that he's stalling enough time for the side of AG.AL to secure the Azure Golem.
Not only stalling time, Ron is also baiting out skills. So this buys a lot more time for the side of AG.AL to make those rotations coming in. Take a look at Joy's positioning. He wants to catch them out, but it's always AG.AL that has superior positioning.
I'm loving AG.AL's play here, but Snowy here gets first blooded by Ron!
And Ron, he makes it out. The stun does come in. He will be in the face, and they have to commit this big ultimate. Joy, he's going to run and try and get the chase, and they should be able to get this kill. Crane, a beautiful comeback for the side of TT Global.
And let's check out a replay real quick on how the first blood actually happened here.
I mean, yeah, this one was a difficult one because they actually forced out the flash from Snowy, right? A beautiful movement coming in, and there's another fight coming in.
Another fight coming in here. Obviously, the Destructive Deluge has been placed down. Zoe got the kill onto Jing, so obviously playmaking potential right now for the side of TT Global is going to be a little bit less impactful for the side of their team.
Okay, so a Clash Laner trade, not the biggest, but in terms of advantage, AG.AL, they have taken that T1 at the top, and this is a very difficult situation because it means you need to double down your efforts to recover in gold and map as well.
Talking about gold here, with that 2 kills on the board, AG.AL is securing almost a 2,000 goldie as Ron once again goes in for the dive.
Yeah, Joy looking here, use the think inside the box. It's not going to be enough to keep him away. Jai gets taken down again. So a cannon blast coming through. So impressive. The Motsu really serving his purpose.
I mean, this is all about positioning. And once again, AG.AL playing the very simple game. You can see it right away. Manpower advantage. You're never in a 1v1 situation, right? There's always one extra member putting pressure on you.
And also, one thing's for sure, Ron is having an exceptional game on this Charlotte here. He's single-handedly finding these multiple angles, making sure that he gets to jump onto the backline here. He knows for a fact that, Joy, you committed your flash last fight, so I am going to punish you right now.
Yep, Green.
Taking a lot of damage, man. Taking a lot of damage. I mean, I really enjoy how Zoe's playing this monkey, right? Like, he is always just at the front of the team fights, soaking a lot of damage, and just waiting for the prime moment for the rest of the boys on AG.AL to come into this team fight.
It's really just understanding, right? What is my strength here? What do I provide for the team? And Zoe, he's the attention seeker. He wants all of your focus. And when you're too focused, that's where Sheng, that's where Rod, they're going to have the freedom to choose and pick their appropriate targets.
And look at mid lane tower though, as we see a siege here coming in from AG. They're not here for the fight, they're here for the mid tower. And once again, mid tower, Azure Golem, a rotation towards the Clash Chain to further push down this tier 2.
They can't do anything. anything, right? At the same time, on the farm lane, there is no advantage for the side of TT Global. They are being pushed back, and this is due to the vision that Zoe is providing. And look, it's a 2-on-1 on the top once again, and this time, Crane, no defense. He has to back off.
He has to back off, losing out the tier 2 here. I'm loving what Zoe is doing on this monkey here. Single-handedly marking 3 members coming in for the side of TT Global here. And check out the gold chart here, Ken.
This is the highest we've ever seen. Ran is at 7,000 gold. There is no one he cannot touch. And this is a big problem for the side of TT Global.
And we talked about this back into the draft, right? If you give Ron, this Charlotte, so much resources, your backline coming in from TT Global is just gonna have such a tough time here. Look at the goalie here. 3 minutes ago, we were talking about, to the 2,000 goalie, TT Global can manage it, but look at it now. 9 minutes in, 5,000 goalie for AG.AL.
And what this translates to, the pure sky, that blue color sword that you see equipped by Ran, very shortly will be equipped by Zoe as well. Now this is a damage reduction item. So Zoe, look at the damage charts. He was the one with the greatest hits. He dealt the most damage on the team. In fact, Eno is pretty low on that chart. But it does not matter. It means Zoe is providing space for AG.AL.
I have to agree with you, but look at Eno's build right here coming in from Long. Not the Axe of Torment, not the Starbreaker here. He's going for the most expensive build with the most damage here, but Chingo might be engaged.
Yeah, the Dream Bomb just come in. It just obviously land onto Ching. He is forced out to use the flash for now. Cannon Blast lands onto Eno into the backline now. Ult does land. A little bit of pressure here for the side of TT Global, but for now, they are able to bait them up.
It's just a jab, right? And they can go in.
They're trying to go in yet. The unending sorrow just come through here for Crane, but Ron is on the way back, gets the T2. So again, AG.AL are just looking to just create more pressure with these objectives.
So beautiful coming in from the side of AG.AL, right? This is peak HOK. What they're doing is the throw jabs. It's not an actual punch yet. Once they buy you enough time, they burn out your common spells. No flash, no radiance. That is when they find themselves in the optimum solution. And this is what AG.AL stands for. Optimization.
Optimization, the best way of playing Honor of Kings here. It's not always about the kills here. Look at Zoe here. Man marking 4 members coming from TT Global, allowing AG.AL to secure the Shadow Tyrant. That is game breaking.
And out of blue, 7,000 goal lead. Zoe, he doesn't even care. Look, you can throw so many stuns, but until you deal with Zoe, the rest of AG.AL are free to choose.
And we have to see here what AG.AL has in store.
With the Troop Launcher as well. It's going to be Jig. It gets a kill onto Ron. Traded over. Sunrise goes down. Joy as well. T3 into that bot side of the map. Be taken down. They need to keep this Crystal alive, but also they have the task of wiping out that minion. So for now, TT Global can rest.
We're not done yet. AG.AL looking for the second T3. It's a double wound for the side of TT Global's base, and they're not done. Eno gets that burst in, will be able to support them. It could be the end of the game.
Yeah, Infinite Bastards just come crashing in. Obviously, we do see the Destructive Loops into the backline just to take Crane off, and game number 1 goes to AG.AL.
What a clean game here coming in from AG.AL. So dominant, so clean. Zoe, Ron, Eno, Shuai, everybody, even Sheng, they did so well.
A-game, also known as AG at this point. A-star at this first game performance. AG.AL fans are very pleased with this. TT Global, they need to step up.
But we gotta say here, TT Global had a similar fate yesterday when they were against Nova Esports. They dropped one game, but they bounced back fearsomely in the following games. So we gotta see how this TT Global and Zhou Zhe coach really manage this.
Okay, so you're saying that AG.AL will lose 4-1?
Nah, we gotta see how they recuperate, man. Don't put me on the spot here, but let's check back the winner's highlight real quick. I gotta say, man, Ron is such a pivotal player here. He was the anchor, the engine of all these early game plays.
Yes, look, it also started because they were very successful at defending their jungle, right? Not only that, once you have the defense going, hey, it's time to turn that into an advantage. Go for the steals and run. The solo player. I know a lot of people score me online when I play Clash because this is what I do, but you know what? I need backup. Ron always has the backup of AG.AL.
He has the back of AG.AL. He knows his limits. He's always looking for these sides. Look at him. He's just dashing, going in with all these skills, baiting so much spell, providing Yino, Shuai, Sheng, Zoe all the room that they need for these team fights.
And it's not just about power, right? AG.AL, so smart. They're always reserving their skills, the restraint, to hold on, wait for their Joy ultimate. So what if you have the box, right? They will get the stuns in. But let's hear from Isaac and the Des. Boys, what do you think of game number 1?
Thank you very much, Kin. 1-0 advantage right now for AG.AL. They took it in the same fashion that they have already been playing in the last 2 days. This was a really good game. It was different to what we have been seeing in these last 2 weeks. But on the other side, TT Global did not have the best performance right now. They started slow yesterday, so can they come back? We will have to see about that. But you know what? Let's analyze a little bit and let's break the game. What happened in this game in the early stages, mid, and the late?
This game is definitely very different, as you mentioned. The games we've seen in the past, there was a lot of combat. This game probably had the least combat we've seen all series. Every move was calculated. And what I mean by combat, I mean player versus player, right? They were always maneuvering around, getting the farm, getting the jungle, but never really going for these fights. They only fought when there's an important objective around, and both teams know well enough that, like, if we could win this fight, we get the objective. If we can't, we back up. Therefore, in the early mid-game, there's not much kills going down.
It was not only about 7 minutes and a half in the game that AG.AL actually started trying to build that gap. They started to try to go in and try to start getting some kills, right? But when they got some kills, it's not because they want to fight, right? They're thinking about, like, how do I actually get the turret? So they go in, they get the fight, they get the turret, and then they actually push forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when I talked to AG.AL Cat a while back, he said the thing about AG.AL that does so well is they focus on the tiny camp, they focus on farm. Just when there's nothing going on, there's actually the most important thing going on, which is farming, accumulating gold. You just need one team fight, one objective C to break the game, to break the balance of the skill, and that's what AG.AL did. The first blood started on the bottom lane with Charlotte on the Consort Yu, and ever since then, the towers start going down one after another. And I want you to focus on what Ran did on pushing the towers, the positioning, the angle of attack. It's a masterclass.
Building on top of what Dave just mentioned, right? The importance of just the small jungle camps, right? And we call them small jungle camps because when we think about jungle, everyone is just thinking like, oh yeah, the Azure Golem, or like we need to go and we need to invite and take everything. It's not about that. If you analyze the TT Global, the opening that they had, the first thing that they do is that Ogren comes in and he tries to take the wild boar. That's exactly the first thing that you want to do. He didn't go for red, he went just for the small camps because from small wins, you actually take it into a big win. Sadly for him, it did not work out.
Maybe they kind of like expecting for AG to invade. And by the way, if you're gonna look at it, I want to see this in a different perspective. Like all of the lanes, AG actually was dominant, of course. And I have 2 words to say for this game. Ran happened. He is a pivotal factor for this game. Right after getting that power spike of that Pure Sky item, he definitely owned Consortio in the bottom side.
That's one of the interesting things about that hero Charlotte, right? It's very item dependent. Without the items, you do not have the damage, and it's very difficult just to take on the 1v1s. But as you just mentioned, in the moment that that Pure Sky was on, it was no coming back.
I really want to highlight Ron and Ching matchup there. You would think looking at this draft that Charlotte is there for the split push, right? It's better than Dharma for split push, but Dharma actually didn't even team fight that whole game. They were stuck in the side lane, forced to farm under tower, and Charlotte was the one moving around the map and helping out the team.
And
the rotations.
What is interesting for me is that Ran was always together with Chuai in the first stages of the game. Yinoo was together with the other support, which is the Lady Gen, and they dominated lanes. Maybe that's the reason also why they banned out the Sunbeam, so that they cannot get countered in any lane that they want.
Because they rotate really fast. And the thing about Sunbeam is it helps rotate speed. And so they want to make sure they carry the pace off the game, the tempo off the game. That's what they did. To be honest, Shry was not just with Run. He was with the mid, he was with the jungle.
With everyone.
They were rotating together the whole time. So it was actually just quite insane to see it happen. Actually, he was running with Ino a lot of times as well. So Ino was in mid lane because the Consoryu. They don't want to have the Consoryu counter the lone. So instead they have Ino go into mid lane and rotate with Shrine.
I just love the way that you can see like all the players and the audience right over there at the Amazon Arena on their seats. Look at her. She's just elated. She's having the time of her life. And we are enjoying a lot this game as well. Right now it's AG.AL. They have the advantage. And that advantage, Dave, do you think that it came out of the heroes or it came out of the players? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of both.
Okay.
For hero side, they definitely pick our Charlotte to, I would say, hold Dharma in the lane, just like Bill was pointing out. Yeah. Dharma couldn't join teamfight, and there wasn't much teamfight. It was mostly just macro advantage. AG.AL took the game, and they played to their own strategy, and I felt like TDG was following the footsteps of AG.AL in the game 1. Now, for the player side, I think they adjusted the meta a little bit better. You know, you do have the game 1, you have a long Dola immediately taken out, and look at TTG. They were not able to find a strategy of their own in game 1, in my opinion. They mostly a reactional pick that they think is the best in that strategy, but AG.AL definitely took it home.
Absolutely. I would definitely say it's more on the player side because I really liked TT's draft there. The Consoryu pick I think was actually super amazing. The Charlotte is known for split push. They picked a marksman that's able to stand up to the Charlotte here.
Of course,
We noticed that it didn't at the end, at the bottom there, but usually if they're around equal farm, Consoryu is known to be able to hold and split push and hold their own.
Yeah, what I like is that both of these teams, they definitely cashed in immediately all of these expensive heroes. Ogran, Dharma, and Yuan, of course, for the side of TT Global, the Dharma was trapped. He was suppressed with, of course, the Charlotte last pick of team AG.AL. And what's interesting is that for AG.AL, Ran, he actually he knows his power spike, right?
Yes.
He dominated with his power spike. Pure Sky together with the Frostcar's Embrace. For instant percent, instant slow, there's no going back. You're gonna get killed.
It is very interesting just for us to analyze the decisions that the players are making on the go. Because that's what happens. Like we get to the top level of the competition and it's on the go. On the go, they can just make decisions on what they want to do, what items to buy, what is going to allow them just to turn the game in their favor. You can see a lot of the TT Global fans right over there on your screens. They're really looking forward to see what's going to happen in Game 2. Because we know that in this tournament, TT Global has not had the best starts, but when it comes to Game 2, they always come back, always with the punches.
Absolutely. During the game, I noticed one key play here. The Motsu, when they were catching the Charlotte after killing the Consoryu, he landed the Cannon Blast and immediately, no hesitation, ultimate flash on him. That tells me these teams are here, they're warmed up, they're ready to play, and they're not going to hesitate when to make the play.
He did not want to let that one go, right? He did not, like, you came in, you took the kill, you're not going back home with your life.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about the combo. It's all about, like, the synergy. And I think that TDG, with a bunch of young players now led by Ching, they have the energy to come into the series.
Yeah, I can really say that TTG was composed in this game, even though they were behind in terms of the farm and everything, because what they want to do is to get an equal trade every time Ran gets something, right? Like maybe kill him equally or get some push right there.
You can see the fans, they're really excited about this. Yes, hi to you as well. Thanks to you very much for interacting with us. It is really sad for us not to be able to be right over there next to you watching the games. But you know what? Thanks for just waving at us. Thank you for flying all the way here to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is the KWC 2025. AG.AL. I like that. I like that. That was actually pretty strong.
It means AG.AL win the game.
Okay.
That's what a banner means.
They're on track.
Yeah, they're on track.
All right, let's jump into Game 2. This is going to be AG.AL on the blue side, TT Global on the red. Casters, tell us what does need to happen in this one for TT Global to turn things around, please.
A lot that needs to happen, but AG.AL up 1-0 over TT Global. Sagi, what do they need to do to get back in this series?
First things first, contesting these neutral objectives is the name of the game from TT Global. But I gotta say, Xuan Ran's game 1 was so good. His Charlotte was peak performance here, but Game 2 is always a fresh game when we talk about KPL teams because they're so used to playing these long formats, best of 5, best of 7s in the global ban picks. So we gotta see what does Coach Jose have in store for TT Global.
For sure, reset, right? Right now it is be the pressure, don't feel the pressure. TT Global, look, it's just one game. It's a best of 7 series. And right away, AG.AL already has a good grasp of what TT Global wants to do. They want to group up, maybe pick up the Princess Frost and Liang combination, which AG.AL pick up for themselves, which is why the Guan Yu is banned.
Exactly, we talked about this. AG.AL or any teams, if they want to play the Liang, they will have to blend away the Guan Yu because the Guan Yu coming in with the flank really disrupts this Liang's ultimate power control here. And on the side TT Global here, they really love Ho Yi onto Snowy here. This pick, we saw Yino, Snowy, they are burning sun arrows, global ultimate, always land on the crucial targets.
Yes, and this opens up the doors to the gun and mo, right? I'm not sure whether this is going to be something that AG.AL wants to try because it means you sacrifice the Princess Frost pick. Holy! They actually sacrifice it. So gun and mo, they're looking for the perfect setup. AG.AL, these are 2 engages that are going to be very scary to TT Global if they allow it. Number 1, the Jing is going to use that mirror domain. You have a mini stun when you dash onto that person, which allows the gun and mo. We've already seen Sheng do it once. He's definitely going to be able to do it today again.
Especially so compatible with the Liang as well. Landing the javelins, landing the freshly forged, making sure that they always hit here. And the KPL favorite, the pick that they have a lot of success with, Flowborn Tank has been locked in for the side of Sunrise.
So smart, because if you take a look at the KPL region, this is normally paired up with the Da Chao. But AG.AL, do you really want to waste a ban on a Da Chao? There's no way you ban a Da Chao out here, right?
Ooh, it's kind of hard to say because, Kin, one thing's for sure, if you are altered by the Liang, you can use the Sea of Fate to send your tank back here, and a pick coming in with this the Xiao Qiao being banned by AG.AL. Yes, not a common pick in the global server, but this Xiao Qiao pick has increased popularity and play rate in the KPL recently.
Because she has good setup, she has good stuns, and big burst. 4 hits, you're down. And with that Flowborn Tank, we know the win rate hasn't been great in KWC, but that's why the Titans of KPL are here to show you how it's played.
How it's played, how it's done here. So we gotta see what Coach Jota has in mind for TT Global here. They're banning out a lot of picks here. Yino's signature early, a lot of picks going to the Shenron pool as well. A lot of these side lane picks has been banned for both sides here. So right now, if you're TT Global, you're thinking a bit more on the burst side to pair up this Ho Yi.
I believe so. At the same time, maybe provide a little bit more room, right? Because the Fatih is definitely one of the big win conditions coming out from TT Global here. We've already seen Ching's Fatih, not bad, right? For KPL level teams, right? He is defeatable on the side of AG.AL. But right now, I'm curious to see because a lot of the disruptive heroes have been banned out by TT Global. This is not just to save the Ho Yi, it's also to save Ching on this Fatih.
Exactly the case, right? We talk about this Fatih, right? You have to get access towards the backline here. But right now, AG.AL, they have the Liang. It can have total lockdown onto the Fatih here. So we have to see how Ching, with this Fatih, find these backline accesses. And we saw this combo yesterday for TT Global. The Ho Yi into the Shi. Arrow into the pole here. Are we gonna see a Mozi last pick coming in for TT Global?
I'm not sure. It's still a risk, right? Because they don't exactly have a very tanky lineup. Yes, you have the Flowborn Tank. Fatih can sustain pretty long, but he needs to be able to land his hits in order to do so. So AG.AL, they'll be definitely looking for some counter engage. Will the Zhuangzi come out again? No, it's not. They're looking for the Kite. The airing comes through. Another pick that is new for KWC. Not debut, we've seen it before, but this game, this one piloted by Ino, is it going to be a demon against the side of TT Global?
I am loving this airing pick coming from AG.AL. The one of the few marksmen that can involve a Splendor in her build. And what does Splendor do? Provides invulnerability, provides stasis here. And if you can really utilize that Splendor, you can really mitigate the dive potential coming in from the Fatih on the hands of Ching.
Okay, I know this is like a TikTok trend or whatsoever, but you can actually use the Aaron's ultimate or Sun Ce's ultimate as well, and kind of like, you know, ride the ship around and shoot people around, so it increases your mobility and damage potential. And this is also why TT Global, they have picked up the Lianpo as the last pick. Another ultimate disruptor. You want to be able to stop the Liang, you need to stop the gun and Mo. Aaron, someone else has to care about him. Hopefully on the side of Snowy, he'll be able to, you know, dilute that damage coming out from Ino.
Exactly, and we talked about this. We saw from the past few series here, Snowy, when he plays the OE, he doesn't go for the semi-tank build. He goes for the full damage build. He is the late game damage coming in from the side of TT Global because of how good he is in terms of positioning.
So we know the drafts, we know the players, we know what they're going to be playing on. And going into the situation, TT Global down a game at this point. They were in the same situation with Nova Esports yesterday. Is this going to happen again where TT Global are able to run the tables and win 4 straight on AG?
I truly doubt so. Today is a day where at KWC, many people will fall multiple times. It's not about how many times you fall, it's how many times you get up. And we want them to rise above.
Rise above. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned for the side of both these two teams. If they want a shot at the title of KWC 2025 champions, they gotta prove it with whatever they have. AG.AL versus TT Global.
And we're going to go into Game 2 Grand Finals. AG.AL struck first. Going into this one, it's got to be key. TT Global does not want to lose this game and be behind at 0-2 at this stage.
In fact, based on the draft, I think TT Global, they have a slight advantage because Ganemo is a very expensive mid laner, right? We don't need exactly too much equipment on the side of Shi. That's going to be played by Crane. He just needs to land the catches. That's all that is required.
That is all that is required. He will utilize that resource, and we have to see the resource distribution coming in from the side of AG.AL. That is their strong suit coming into the series.
Curiously, they don't actually go for the initial pressure in the mid lane. They're looking for pressure on the bot side. So a very stock standard gameplay. No invasions by either side.
Interestingly enough, they went for the 2v2 towards the bottom side. They are looking to secure this fire beak here as the 3v3 towards the bot side is the main objective of this fire beak.
And timing is very important, right? So right away, both junglers understand why do they not invade? Because if you lose the invade, you give a kill. The instant snowball on the other side is monstrous.
And KPL teams, you know for a fact that if you give them a hole, they're going to be punching it, tearing it apart, and making sure that they leverage the most benefit out of it.
Yes, digging your grave, but that is a hallmark trait of all KPL teams, regardless of their power rankings. Now, in this game, so far, AG.AL, they have gotten a small win in terms of camp objectives. There are 5 different parts of the map you can win in advantage. And this is one of them, the Space Sprite.
The Space Sprite. Look at how many members are rotating towards the top side here. If you look at the map, there seems to be more commitment.
Here's the mirror domain who finds Ching. He's actually trying to just get to safety. He's at about half life. But now here comes the reinforcement. Sunrise looking to go on to Joey. Joey actually just dodging it throughout. And Joey with that first ram. And it's going to be a disengage here.
And look at the bottom side right now. While this is happening right now, Snowy is getting punished for being in a 2v1 situation. Yes, TT Global, you secure the Space Sprite, the River Sprite, but Snowy, this late game potential that you have is getting pressured so hard.
Okay, let me explain to the new players what just happened at the top side of the map. What both TT Global and AG.AL were trying to do was not to actually win the fight. It's to force out your common spells, force out your ultimates, force out the flashes as well. And then they really want to fight because you're in a horrible position.
Exactly, and when you expand the common spell, it's a very long duration. Yeah, look at bottom side.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to give up first blood, but you know, it will be traded away. So it's a 1-for-1, but still, you know, with first blood here.
It's a big advantage for the side of Inoa, right? Because he gave away that kill, but at this point, I mean, he took that first blood. Even though he gave his life after that, Snowy did not benefit from the EXP game.
Oh, look at that wall. It's connected right onto Snowy. And yes, he trades his life away, but I mean, he's going to take that any day of the week.
Exactly. You even lose out the minions here coming in from Snowy here. And Ching, good reaction time, knowing for the fact that Swai and team is coming in from AG.AL.
But he burned his flash. Ching now in a horrible and uncomfortable situation. At the same time, Joy has been spotted out by Swai. Numbers advantage on the side of AG, now evened out by the presence of Crane.
Ooh, look at the map state right now. That's why we talked about this. Objective is the key. It's the essence of the early game here. Hence why there's so many players coming in from both teams at the Clash lane.
Yes, so a lot of players, I know you guys are new, you're in the chat, we're reading the comments as well. How are KPL teams actually getting gold even though they're losing fights and whatnot? It's really those minor objectives, those small camps, the boars, the horntail beasts, and even the sprites. These are all the little things that you might not notice on screen, but that's exactly what both teams are fighting for.
Exactly, and that's how you build a goalie here. It's not by these major team fights. Yes, that's a way, but look at Ching.
Control. Here's with the set sail. The connection is on point with those blades, and Sheng will get that kill.
Rinse and repeat. Sheng this time gets that. It doesn't even have to commit commit his ultimate, and this puts Eno at risk.
In at risk right now, but that Tremor Smash right on top, but they're under the tower. You know what we find? Ron had teleported in.
The damage calculation here coming in from Yino is just picture perfect here. AG.AL coming in clutch, making sure their farm lane does not get converged by 4 people. Yes, you get the Tyrant here, but look at your top side.
I mean, this is why TT Global is also so smart, right? They make a fight at the top lane. They also put pressure on the bottom lane. The response from Ran, hang on.
No, it looks like Sunrise will just dash on out of that one. Staying alive, that's the biggest thing, but he's contesting and it's making it uncomfortable for AG.AL.
It's a trade-off KPL team, right? It's about pulling attention away. What you're actually looking at is not the true objective here. They want something else off the map. If they get what's on the screen that you're watching, that's a perk. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter indeed, and look at Yino and Ran here, securing the bottom tower and instantly driving that set sail, sending Yino to another puddle of farm at the front clash lane here, making sure that this Aaron gets the most gold.
Yep, the small actions do matter. Zoe does catch eyes on Joy, but he doesn't want to get him.
Yeah, but the mirror domain with that control, that should be enough, and it looks like he's got the shield and the flash away, and Joy surviving.
Ooh, almost an attempt here coming in from AG there, but they only expanded their ultimates here. On the side of TT Global, their Roma's common spell flash is on cooldown for the next 2 minutes.
My friends, these are the situations you need to pay attention to because they will present themselves frequently in high-tier, high-level gameplay, right? Making it out by the pixel of your health.
And exactly the case, right? Look at the goal lead right now. We talked about it. 5 minutes in, almost 6. Just a 1 kill differential here, but thanks to the objective take, the neutral objective securing coming in from AG.AL, they're looking at a healthy 1,000 goal lead.
In fact, this 1,000 goal lead means they have probably stolen about 4 or 5 camps away from the side of TT Global. And 4 or 5 might not seem like a lot, but when you have that advantage now, AG might oblige. They might say, okay, we'll take a fight, and it all depends on Shuai. Who does he want to get his ultimate on?
Sunrise decides to go in, the Burning Sun arrow right on point, but they had the Silky Orb, they pull him away, and they get the connection, and they find Ron. But they're going to continue on, the mirror domain, Sunrise getting a little bit low, you know, with that pickoff.
You know, with that pickoff, and right now, if your jungler is down, once again, rinse and repeat, your jungle will be on fire right now.
They've got the first ram, Joy is still there, the Crimson Golem had been stolen away, but Joy in a bad spot, and Joy makes him pay.
But Ching looking for an opening, he might be caught in the middle though.
Yeah, Ching, he's going to go there, you know, with the flash away. Crane tried to go for the Silky Orb, now gets the pull and gets the pick.
Oh, Crane with the crucial spells here.
Here's the mirror domain yet again, and they find him under tower, and Joy with that one, and now here's the set sail, gets the connection, and he goes right in, and Ron blows him up.
And this is a perfect initiation. Target Prio is very strong on the side of AG.AL. Look, he even shifted the boat to go on the other member on the side of TT Global, and the rewards are well worth it.
Control right on point, and they're going to get the steal as well with those blades, and Sunrise is down for the count, 4 members.
That's a big killing spree to have, and Sheng, we talked about it, the Gun and Mo, a potential pick coming out from AG.AL. Monstrous in yesterday's games, even more of a demon today.
This is AG.AL's strong suit. You want to be fighting them in these key corners, and look at this right now. Yino, yes, forces the flash here. Gotta give props to Crane here, landing the Silk Imprints, getting the kill here. But look at the re-engage here coming in from AG.AL. Immediate jump here coming in from Stry and Zoe to secure 1 kill. And look at the boat here traveling immediately, landing on the Snowy here, and all members of TT Global were taken down.
Great comms, great coordination as well. And what does that do? It doubles up their lead. It's a 3,000 goal lead going to the side of AG.AL. TT Global, they know they have to figure something out here.
The arrow goes wide here. It does not hit anyone here, but look at Ron. He's looking for engage.
Yeah, so he's going to go in. He goes for the mirror domain, finding Joy. Joy's just trying to stay alive. He's going to be picked, but the control is right on top of Sunrise, who has to dash away. The top T2 is taken out. Sunrise been picked as well, but it looks like Ron will trade his life away for that 2-for-1 trade.
They're too far behind. It is a 5,000 goal lead right now. TT Global, T3 under pressure. This should be a clean one from the side of AG.AL, but there is more to obtain across the map.
More to obtain across the map here. Get the buffs, get the minion here. Look at the damage out here coming in from Zoe here. This is why he is so monstrous on this Jing. He is on fire.
Exactly. This is one of the strengths of Jing, right? You want to be able to find the appropriate target. And with the range, the extended reach that Zoe on this Jing has, there is no one on the side of TT Global he cannot touch.
And look at the gold chart right now. We talked about like why does he do so much damage here? It's thanks to the gold here. Our boy Zoe from AG.AL, he is farming money, almost 1,000 GPM.
Burning Sun Arrow does connect and doesn't have the orb though. And now Joey on the backside looking to go for the ambush, but Joey in a bad spot. He gets picked off. Snowy with that damage. The nice Tremor Smash on the 3, but TT Global are going to disengage now.
Game-saving play by Shuai. I'm not sure whether you noticed, he actually stopped Joy with his ultimate. If he had not stopped Joy, the backline of AG.AL was going to be exposed, and that was a potential turnaround for TT Global.
I'm starting to understand more of why teams really prefer this floorborne tank pick, because look at this team fight right here. Yes, the arrow connects, Shuai stops the engage from coming in. Look at Zoe. He found a perfect backline here, but look at what the tank is doing. Floorborne tank, triple knockup, making sure that Zoe onto this Jing had no room for mechanic.
Exactly. I mean, Ching was close by. Ching needed to be in a better position. He was a little bit too late engaging in the fight. Joy was the one that engaged first. Unfortunately, stopped. And because of his positioning, Ching could not help the team.
That's exactly the case here. And look at the gold lead coming in from the side of AG.AL. Yes, the count to 3,000, but we are looking at the 10th minute mark, the shadow variant of these objectives here. We are looking at Snowy looking even more healthy as the game goes on.
Tyrant's right about to go down and wants to go in. The Burning Sun Arrow will connect, but Joey already takes the Tyrant. That's the first one of the game, and now Ron on the backside. He's going to be running in. Joey in a bad spot. He does take out Snowy before he goes down. Now Joey trying to run away, but they do have the stuns. Those blades are just doing way too much damage, all on the 3, but they're not getting the pick. Sunrise is still up in front, and now AG, they want Sunrise. They're trying to find him, and they're not able to catch him with those blades.
Just a little bit shy, but AG.AL, that was a win for them no matter the cost. They got Snowy down. That turnaround was not available. And once again, I have to highlight Ching. He is in such a difficult position. There is no one he can touch on the side of AG.
AG, I gotta tell you, their positioning is so crucial here. Look at what Shuai did here. Burning Sun Arrow. He was using power control. He dodges it with the flash here. He fully utilized the power control here, and Zoe finding the perfect backline engage onto Snowy, the person on TT Global we talked about, the main damage output.
This is the choice, and right now, Ching under pressure.
Yeah, he's going to be running away. I think he's going to be just fine. Nope, he will not reforge blades. My bad. And here comes the boat, and that's not really required.
And the boat is going to be a scouting one. They're looking for that engage, because right now, they're trying to sneak it. That Overlord, Shadow Overlord, is going to be attempted by the side of TT Global. They will get it, but at the cost of pressure, flying down the mid lane.
Yeah, they want to cut off the angle of retreat. The burst ram on 4. They're going to find Joy in a bad spot. He's going to go down. Shang's got that damage, and now the rest of TT Global on the retreat.
So much damage incoming in from AG.AL there. That's a Liam Poe we're talking about, and he got melted easily.
The Burning Sun Arrow is going to connect with those blades, trying to cover the retreat, but Sunrise goes in, gets the pick off, and he's going to walk away.
Okay, they buy themselves a lifeline, right? But this is a very short, very thin lifeline on the side of TT Global. Once again, the jungle is completely empty, barren for the side of TT Global. AG.AL, they survive this, no problem. Maybe Sunrise can get that 8-7 seconds worth of Azure that's coming up.
Well, one thing's for sure, guys. We are looking at TT Global's win percentage here. It's not looking good, but they have to rely on Snowy here. He's already 3 items working towards Succubus Cloak here. If he can survive in these team fights, he's gonna be a big deal.
Also, take a look at the gold difference here. Zoe, number 1, a 3,000 gold advantage. But the player I want to talk about is Inwa. He already has the Savant's Wrath, the Void Staff. There's a lot of armor penetration, magic damage as well.
And look at the lead here coming in from TT. They know for a fact that they have the location here.
It's not going to be an easy one for the side of TT Global. They get one small win in the form of the mid T1. This opens up vision for the map. TT Global, they can start to aggress here. Maybe set up something against Zoe.
And look at the jungle that's coming in for the side of TT Global here. They know as of this point, they are strong. They have skill in towards the comfort zone that they truly require here. And look at this mid game here. I'm telling you, TT Global has it, but look at Shuai.
Shuai looking for that catch. He might be looking to go. He does have the connection, but Sunrise is going to be right in front. The orb is going to pull Ron in a bad spot. He's going to go down, and now with that stun, and here we go. Ching with that damage, and the blades, not enough to kill Sunrise, though.
They need to protect that T3 in the middle, though. Crane is going to make his attempt, but for now, it's looking like it's a little low. One more hit is going to do it. Oh, so right now, TT Global on knife's edge. They have to protect all the tier 3s with their lives.
But still, it's very good here coming in from TT Global here as a 4v5 here coming in towards this series here. We are looking at a Shadow Tyrant that's potentially be spawning soon, because right now, TT Global, you have a man's advantage.
Man's advantage is definitely very strong, and with this Shadow Tyrant, they need the Tyrant buff, they need to get the fight, but the T2 on the bottom being pushed in.
They're going to look to go for this one. The Tyrant is going to get a little bit low. They've got the connection, they've got the control, they do have the burst damage. Sunrise, he just gets instantly deleted, and now Ching is on the run, but Snowy got the Tyrants. Joy is looking to go down as well, and they've got Yinua.
Okay, nice catch, but Snowy, he does the win, he will survive, gives his life, but it doesn't matter. Only one member on the side of AG is left. Shung, legendary, he is going to bring this game for AG.AL.
But a quadra kill here coming in from Snowy though, the late game insurance we talked about coming in from TT Global here. And even though they lost the team fight, they still secured the Shadow Tyrant here.
Yeah, and Ching, he's going to have a good one of this.
And look at this team fight here, 4v5 incoming in from AG.AL. Very good damage here, but look at the position of this whole Yi. He was untouched the entire team fight, and the supreme positioning, DPS, nailed it. But a misplay here coming from Ron, mistime the spell one, gets pulled in by Crane on the Shi.
AG.AL play very well in setting up Shung, right? All of those couple blades dealing a lot of damage. But there's one trait that AG.AL does the best, which is Ino and Shung never ever stand together. And that was the only time they stuck together where Snowy benefited off of that.
Exactly, but we gotta see one thing's for sure right now. 15 minutes on the clock here, 4,000-5,000 gold, healthy towards AG.AL. But if we think about the late game scenario here, I gotta say TT Global is in a comfortable situation.
They've got the control, but they don't actually have enough damage. And Joy somehow barely staying alive, even in the mirror domain. They're not gonna get that pick off.
And T3's in the middle, now under pressure. Not gonna be taking too much damage, but TT Global, this is a window of opportunity. They can come back into this. Do they really want to try on the side of AG?
Oh, AG here, they are getting poked down extremely hard by the Overlord here.
They got the bolt, they go right into Sunrise with those Reforged Blades, doing some work, but not enough damage onto Sunrise. He's just a tanky boy. And now they're gonna look to kind of, again, have this Mexican standoff here.
Yeah, they can't take too much damage, right? This is a trait that you have to learn from the KPL Titans here. The stun,
they got the Burning Sun arrow, they find him, but Ron flashes away. He's gonna get to safety, and now TT Global have to find somewhere else.
You see how they're avoiding the waves, right? They want to force them out into uncomfortable positions, get the numbers advantage.
And look at Zoe's position though. He's looking at this big flank coming in from behind here. He's potentially found himself some members of TT.
They have it with that Burning Sun arrow. So he's gonna be right there on top. And now Sunrise is on the run. They've already gotten Joy and Zoe trying to get to the back line, but Yinua does fall as well.
Yeah, they haven't got Ching just yet. He is that potential turnaround. Sunrise is still alive. He does have his smite. Potential still on the way.
Snowy takes that one with that Overlord, and now Sunrise taking some damage. Snowy with that crucial initiate was a nice one for him.
Okay, it's a good trade, right? They give Joy's life, but they take out Ino. Yes, they did lose kind of that Shadow Overlord, so there is a little bit of breathing space for AG.AL. But with the state of the game, TT Global definitely back having a chance.
They're definitely having a chance here, and all these team fights, we are looking at TT Global having much more control compared to 10 minutes before. And as of this point here, look at the match state.
Ching looking to go in. He's going to get on his boat, and they're going to get on out of there. But they find, it looks like they're about to knock up onto Shuai. He's in a bad spot. He's going to be picked off.
That's not a great situation. They don't have the suppression anymore. TT Global, this is a good chance to take control of the map with the Shadow Tyrant coming up in about 6 seconds. If they have this, TT Global, they can fight.
They can fight, and they are winning all these pickoffs here. Snowy, we talk about this whole E pick here. Look at the gold chart here. He's scaled into fruition, and right now, he's on the driver's seat, the main guy to lead TT Global on this game too.
We talked about the ability to buy time, and time has been bought. Snowy now, 13,000. He is 6 slotted with the Sun Chaser as well. Once we hit that 20-minute mark, he will have access to Sun Pool, the Tempest item, to extend his range like crazy.
But look at Zoe here. He knows for a fact that he is the one to really take down Snowy in the backline here. So he has to find these flank angles here. And look at the positioning coming in from Zoe and team.
There is no information. TT Global are hiding in the shadows. Zoe, he's hunting.
Oh, he finds him. He finds Snowy. He tries to flash away, but that's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. Reinforcements are on the way, but at what cost? Zoe actually with the turnaround. He's going to go down with the Sage's Sanctuary. Oh no! It looks like he's going to get killed first. And now the both just connected. Ron might have been going into a suicide mission. He's going to be picked off as well.
AG, they messed up, and this is the turnaround that TT Global have been looking for. They will try and secure this Azure buff for themselves. Sheng, he is a lifeline. Once he's taken down, TT Global will take over.
Snowy played that so tremendously well, making sure that he stalled enough time for the cavalry of TT Global to assist him. Look at Crane though, flashing in, forces the flash out of strike here. 15 seconds on the clock. Wave clear is looking good for the side of AG there. Back onto our point for TT though.
They're gonna reset everything. TT Global, they have lasted this long, less than a minute away from the Tempest Dragon. Friends and fans of HOK, we are going to that final showdown.
Tempest Dragon will be shortly spawned onto the Hero Scorch here. Both teams here, as of this point, goal lead is nothing as of this minute now. We are looking at how these two KPL giants formulate around this major objective.
I want to point you guys in the direction of Joy. He was having a horrible game, 1-5 and 11. A lot of assists, but he gave a lot of kills as well. Now, fully recovered. TT Global playing the game as a team. And with this survival chance, can they take the Tempest? Or more importantly, can they take down Sheng?
We gotta see how they formulate around it because waves will be excruciatingly important as it will lead to backdoors of the minions. And look at TT Global. They have started Tempest Dragon. Where is AG.AL?
Completely blind. TT Global, they had to look for information on the map. Zoe, he's pushing the lanes on the top as well. They want to push them back. It's not about the fight, it's about wave management. What options do you have to explore if you're on the side of TT Global? There is an open wound on the middle, and right now the top is being pushed as well.
And that top tier 3 might be just going down here. They sound the alarm here. Set Sail is looking for a target here. Zoe dancing at knife's edge, barely getting hit by the Burning Sun arrow.
Yeah, but the Tempest Dragon, it's about half-life. This is going to be the potential one. Joy looking to go in with that Tremor Smash, trying to get in, but Joey actually gets the Tempest, and Sheng with that passive just barely staying alive, but Joey's going to be killed. Ching is going to use his Sage's Sanctuary. Sunrise still up in front. He's trying to work on the Shuai just to take him down, but Snowy has to flash away. He's going to back off, but he's going to get focused down. Try to kite out Ron with that pull, and it looks like TT Global with a 4-1 advantage continuing on. They want to go for Yinua, and they will get the ace.
They survived, but it's not over yet. TT Global, all they need to do is to protect that wave. Coming down that middle, there is one more. Sunrise leads the charge for TT Global. They get rid of this Tempest Vanguard. Can they go for the win? The wave is crashing in. TT Global, they're doing it. They are coming back. Game number 2, 1-1.
Game 2 goes over to TT Global. Snowy and Sunrise were pivotal in making this comeback come to life here.
Beautiful game, right? If you're a fan of TT Global, this is the standards you expect. This is supposed to happen. It doesn't matter how you start the game, it's how you finish it. And now AG.AL, they kind of quiver for a little bit. There is no easy path. Every king has to come at a sacrifice.
This is the mountain that they have to climb to claim the trophy of being the KWC 2025 champion. So, I gotta say, TT Global, they played that mid to late game to a perfection, even after this disastrous early game.
Look, it was so clean. AG.AL, they know about the compositions. They know who to go for. They do not waste resources or skills. And that's the beauty of AG.AL. But this is then becoming the strength of TT Global as well. Look, Ching, I have to highlight him. He had a horrible start to the game. His positioning was off. He wasn't able to catch the appropriate members on the side of AG.AL. But at the end game, this is why Fatih is so strong. Him and Snowy standing side by side but far apart. Who do you choose? If you don't choose, you die.
You don't choose, you die. Exactly the case here. And at the late game here, Snowy was just so crucial here. This fight alone, his Sage Sanctuary swap was so damn fast, baiting so many members of AG.AL, further pushing the game towards the palms of TT Global.
It's rare, but it happens. AG.AL, Zoe made one wrong decision, got punished, got pummeled, and even with the Tempest buff, they couldn't do anything.
They couldn't do anything. They were just getting out DPS by Snowy and Ching here. That is the late game potential that we discussed during the pre-draft here. But I want to hear more from Isaac and friends here at the panelist desk. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Sagi. We are elated with that game. We're super excited. It is 1-1. TT Global with a great comeback sends us to 1-1 after game 2. AG.AL, they thought that they had it in there, but TT Global just teaching us that it is not done until it is done. And knowing their composition, they were pushing for the late game. They knew that the Tempest Dragon was the way to go. And look at that. They take the victory 1-1. Boys, break it down for us, please.
Absolutely insane game, guys. We all just watched it, right?
Yeah, it was really good.
You're using the tablet now, bro.
Yeah, I have so many points here to break down. But before we get in the game, let's go ahead and quickly glance through draft. I thought AG's draft here, the first 3 character core was so beautiful, actually, right? The Liang, Ganon, Mo, and Jing. Yeah. The Liang pick here is so beautiful because it first enables the Ganon Mo. It holds down a target for him to one-shot, but it also removes the counter to Jing. It doesn't let the enemy hold down their Jing. I thought that was just poetry in draft.
It was really good, right? Because as long as the coordination is there, then you have the burst damage and then you don't need to be thinking about that Hoi. The problem is that they never had an access to that Hoi. It was really difficult for them, right, Manjin?
This is so fascinating because we were talking about actually the Hoi being a flavor pick of course, for all the marksmen here. Like it's either banned or it's pick, and it's second pick for the side of a TT Global. But the TT Global, they prioritize the Fatih because they want a strong clash laner together with it. The answer for AG is they stole away the Gan and Mo for that combo. So you have a Liang and Gan and Mo, like what he said, you have your burst damage now. It was supposed to be TT Global's global threat game, but then again, AG, they answered with the steal, plus they answered with the Sanse. So it's time for AG to do the global threat, and they can get kills and kills after kills. It was supposed to be TT, but no, TT shifted to the team fight type of comp.
I love the way that you put it, Manjin, because it is just like a chess game. I make a move, you respond with a different one. I make another move, you respond and you try to force me into your game. It was very well orchestrated.
I want to add to the draft that TT Global core strategy this game was unbreakable frontline. Yeah. You got a Hou Yi. You got a Lian Po, you got a Flowborn tank. Just sit in there. Obviously, Fatih, with many different interceptions that he can do, many team fight, you notice there are a lot of baits for Liang's ultimate.
Yes, exactly.
Liang was ulting the Lian Po or ulting the Fatih, but they couldn't kill them. Right? Yeah. Somehow, you will always have the frontline who will survive because they're so tanky. Not to mention have to worry about the re-engage, the secondary engage, a third engage coming out from the entire side of TT Global. So the entire draft, initially I was like, oh, what is the strategy? What does it come here? There seems like more synergy from AG Global, but from AG.AL. But TT Global strategy was just that we are unkillable.
Of course, I'm telling you, at the end of the day, it all carried on the Snowy's back. Everything just came on the Snowy's back. He came in and he did that quadra kill. And that's going to be really beautiful. And because Snowy was untouchable, that's the reason why TT Global are able just to push the game and push and push and push. Because at the end of the day, it's not a matter about how fast you win it. It's a matter about just pushing the crystal at the last minute.
Absolutely, and I cannot wait any longer. We gotta talk about Snowy's clutch there.
Yeah, go for it.
Zoe set up really far into the enemy base there, right? Waited a long time just to go ahead and catch out the Hou Yi. But when it caught him out, they did a quick master armor there. I don't know if they got it in-game, but I would consider that a master armor. Sells on him, gets the Sanctuary, buys enough time for his team to huddle around and protect him, and turns a disastrous situation into a positive one.
And it's very difficult for Hou Yi to survive, right? Yeah. And then he knows that as long as he's just making that little move, he's just a little to the right, a little to the left, a little bit back, and you just keep dealing damage, he's always going to survive in there.
You know what, Phil? The master armor you're talking about in the PKL, it's called buy and sell. That's really hard to do, especially for the hashtags slow hands like Dave here, right? Like it's hard to do the buy and sell, right? Anyways,
no, come on, I have to defend Dave on this one because I've seen Dave's fingers playing, and it's actually pretty
I might have fat fingers, but it's not slow. Let me guarantee that.
For sure. Anyways, yeah, I kind of agree with Dave. Again, I've talked about how TT Global shifted their gears into a sustain type, protect Snowy in the late game. All they need to do was to be patient with everything that AG wants to land. Like, get all of those defensive items. We were talking about it. Like, that's a problem, I think, if you have a farm lane who relies too much on magic damage. Also, you have magic on the Gunmo, you have magic on the Aryan. What do you counter with it? Magic resistance. Succubus Cloak, easy, right?
But it wasn't just that. Like I said, it's how tanky TT really is. And how not tanky, how fragile the entire set of A.G.A.L. was. They couldn't survive the amount of like tankiness in the front. They couldn't survive the amount of damage coming from Hou-Yi as well as the rest of the team. So, end of the day, when you look at Honor of Key in general, I think a balanced draft should have someone to tank the damage. But Sun Ce just wasn't it. They picked Sun Ce mostly realizing that game just for the ultimate itself.
Yeah, they were traveling around. I did like that in the early game, they were ulting around and grabbing the Aryan here and then farming 2 waves at once. And that was a great strategy there, but they had to end that game early. As Manji mentioned there, Succubus, if you guys didn't know, is the GOAT like magic resist item of HOK.
Yes.
It is so overstated. And when 3 characters on your team do magic damage, everyone on the enemy team can go ahead and build that Succubus and be a pseudo tank.
It needs to be like that, right? Like, you need to understand how to balance your damage items and your defensive items as well. And Snowy did really well on that, right? And that's the reason why he was able to survive and at the same time just to deal some damage. He came up with the quadra kill, right? And as you know, we've been always tracking all the clutch moments since the beginning of the KWC. And thanks to Honor, we have our Honor triple tracker. Our Honor triple tracker is allowing us just to count all of those clutch moments, or the triple kills, the quadra kills, the penta kills, and they just come to put them as the rank. Right now, for Blacklist, Joshi is the one that is at the top of that tracker with 4 of them. And if he finishes like that today, he's going to go home with an Honor device for this winner.
Whoa.
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 Yo, shout out to my boys, Gen.G and Carl. Come on.
I want to give credit to Snowy, though, because they just started playing the tournament.
Yeah.
He already had 3.
Brother, I'm telling you, like Joshi right now is watching this and he's like, come on, Snowy, please, brother. Like, allow a mana phone, please.
But yeah, absolutely. Snowy here coming in for just 2 matches, right? And he's already has 3. And we have a lot of games to go. And if he keeps up his current pace, he's set to take number 1.
I am really looking forward for that, man. The same as I'm looking forward for this game 3. We already have game 1 and game 2. I know that for a lot of the players and for a lot of the fans that they're new to Honor of Kings and they watched that A.G.A.L. performance, they were just like, okay, yeah, A.G.A.L. got it in the bag. That's it. At 11 minutes, 12 minutes, they already had a good advantage. They were thinking about the fact that they already got the win, but TT Global showing us how to really push the game. It's not only about just trying to win quickly. It's a matter of understanding, if I do not have an advantage, I gotta push for the timer.
Absolutely. And they got to the power spike where Hou-Yi got enough item to be really relevant, right? When all attacks start hurting, not just like kind of chipping away your health, but really taking away your life. You know, that's when it really matters. And again, the front line was unkillable. I want to touch up on the magic damage thing. We saw 2 major things in that game. Number 1 is Aryan was doing the magic build, right? The Aryan can build physical and magic. With magic, is mostly rely on skills, the skill 1 and the ultimate. The reason why that is, if you go back to watch that game, up until 7 minutes, there's really no magic defense item. Because it's usually not prioritizing a game. And another thing that I want to talk about is Gon and Mole having the Ardent Dominator. That item is so crucial for those who are watching at home. The reason why that is to counter Hou-Yi's ultimate. If Hou-Yi lands an ult on you, Ardent Dominator will cleanse that if you drop under a certain amount of health. And this is where you have a chance to get away.
So with that, you just already kind of like minimize the initiation coming in from the other team.
Exactly.
One of the interesting things about this, when I was just counting, it was just so much initiation from them, right? Like, you can initiate with Lian Po, you can initiate with Hou-Yi. They got the Shuri in there that even just able just to find the right place. It can be initiated as well.
I also want to highlight the Fatih pick here. Absolutely one of the strongest scaling Clash laners here. That's why they kind of struggled early game, right? He was busy scaling up, the Sunset was moving around the map and providing pressure. But once the mid to late game hits, you see Ron really fell off in impact. He was really there to just do the CC, drop some ships off, whereas Fatih was able to carry these fights.
The Amazon Arena right now, you can see it right over there. Everyone the vibe just kind of changed a little bit, right? At the beginning, you could see a lot of the fans just like really excited about it. Right now, it's more like, oh, hold up. This is actually not that easy.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought that it was going to come in, it's going to be easy, but I'm telling you, these two teams, the difference in between them are marginal. As you can see, everyone in there in the Amazon Arena, the fans are just looking at the screens, really looking forward to see who's going to be the champion of this edition of the KWC 2025. After Game 2, it comes Game 3. What can we expect for Game 3, boys?
I kind of feel that the Huye is gonna be banned here, or maybe gonna be stolen right now for the side of Team AG. I kind of feel that the Arlie also is a perma-ban already. Like, you don't want to really give away that Arlie to Yunuo. But then again, I expect bloodbath. I expect a lot of team skirmishes. Just basing from that game number 2, we have ourselves a ball game, ladies and gentlemen.
Guys, I have so many different combos available.
All right, go for it, Dave. Tell us, what are the combos out there?
For A.G.A.L, I have Pei, Byron, Ogren, Diadea. All those combos can be used, right? A.G.A.L, Fatigue, they still have it. They haven't used Flowborn yet. It's 100% win rate so far played by these two teams, okay? Whoever takes out wins. And on the other side, we got Duendolia as well. The same combos all available, and they still have Liang available as well.
Phil, what do you think is going to happen?
I'm not sure what's going to happen, but you know what I want to see? The Mai come out and break out of jail.
Oh, yeah.
That would be really
That's
nice
right.
to see. Let's wait and see if they're going to allow that super clutch pick. A.G.A.L is going to take the blue. TT Global is going to take the red. Casters, take it from here.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for taking that one for us. We are going to be getting into game number 3 between A.G.A.L and TT Global. Already nullifying those match points to 1-1. I am with Kindofu and Sagi. They're going to take us through the BP.
Okay, so right away we were talking about the Arlie and instantly banned out by the side of TT Global, right? That is one of Ino's specialty signature heroes, but they do let go of one of the win conditions that happened in game number 2, which is the Fati.
The Fati has been locked in for the side of A.G.A.L. We saw from last game how strong this pick is when it gets to scale towards the mid-late stages of the game here. So that will go towards the hands of A.G. Ron. For the side of TT Global here, we gotta see here, it is what Dave mentioned. The Duendolia combo has been locked in.
Not only that, this opens up so many doors to the side of TT Global, right? This is a flex pick. There's so many other heroes that can complement the Dolia pick as well. So A.G.A.L, this time it's not about disrupting the picks on TT Global. You need to make sure you have a very strong composition right off the bat.
I have to agree with you. It's not about disrupting the enemy composition. It's about rounding yourself up, making sure that this Dolia gets more and more value as the draft goes on.
Straight away, this is the first answer. The Agudo, very good and adept at melting tanks. But also, with the help of Chano, these are the 2 turret masters. They will take down towers in a flash.
Definitely the case here. Agudo and Chano here, the critters, the wolf pack, making sure that your tower goes out immediately. But what better way to target your backline than double annihilation here coming in from the Nuwa on the hands of TT Crane.
We have already seen some spectacular steals or spectacular attempts with the annihilation, the ultimate of Nuwa, to steal objectives or get kills. Now, TT Global, they're going to show you a brand new world as we sit on the carpet, take to the skies and see what TT Global has to offer.
What TT Global has to offer, we gotta find out here. But if you're A.G.A.L, you're definitely going to be thinking, Snowy had a fantastic game back in Game 2 here. Are we looking at Snowy for more of these bans here, or are we limiting more and more of these Dolia compositions, just like the Elaine?
I think you can't ban everything, right? At this point, maybe just ban something that works against your lineup. I think Princess Frost is going to be a very good answer for TT Global, because this then, you know, when the emergence comes, the TP from Nuwa comes, when Dune jumps in, you can get the Frigid Prison, get that stun in as well. Extra damage for you. Guan Yu, great ban on the side of A.G.A.L.
Very great ban. You want to be making sure that Yino on this late game carry channel gets more room to farm and play the game here. So banning out all these backline accesses coming in from A.G.A.L makes sure that Yino, their star player, gets enough space.
True. TT Global, they haven't picked up the Charlotte yet, which I think Ran has already showed us how powerful that composition is going to be. And TT Global, they want to go for, this is a core basic in professional gameplay. Protect your farm laner, he's going to deal the damage for you. And based on how Snowy was playing in game number 2, TT Global definitely can play this strategy.
I have to agree with you, and we are looking at two very similar team compositions. You have the playmaking clash lanes, you have the jungle tank, and you have a late game marksman on both of these farm laners, being AG.AL's Yino, TT Global Snowy here. It comes down to execution here. Who can make their farm lane play with lesser worry?
And I'm going to tell you the difficulties that AG.AL are facing now. They've already used Lady Chen. There is no combination against the Dun with the Lady Chen. No more freezes. So they have to pick something a little bit riskier. They need more dive. They say, okay, look, there is a preparation. We might have to play late game. Let me get the wave clear, faster rotation, Zhou Yu in the mid, and going to be helped out by Dia.
But I want to point out one thing as well, Kin. Zhou Yu, Channel, Agudo. They melt down towers extremely fast. And you're talking about TT Global here. We want Snowy to scale towards the late game here. But if you have no tower, you're not going to be having this room to farm here. AG.AL will look to hunt your turrets down. For TT Global, you need to play defense.
Yes, and what this means, you need faster rotations, faster pacing, and if you get the chance, you want to kill them, lock them down, and that is the job of the Fuzi here. Ching, one of the gaudy players coming out from TT Global this time, trying to lock in that lead for TT Global.
I'm loving this on TT Global here. They have played this before during the Nova Esports series here. The Dolia and Fuzi combo. Double lockdown here. Whatever frontline you have, if you go in the face of the Fuzi here, you're gonna be experiencing total lockdown.
It really is giving your teams options, right? How many chances can you give your team to lead the game, to win the series, and get your hands on that lion's share of the $3 million USD prize pool, which is going to be $750,000.
That's a lot of money, and also the pride of being the best KPL teams, the best team in KWC 2025 is at stake at this series. We are almost ready to go into game number 3 here, Ken.
I love this. We want the bragging rights for this game. And now, this is the time where both teams have the chance to move forward and stay ahead of the competition again.
Exactly the case here, and if we look at towards this series here, I'm starting to think here Snowy has been so consistent here, but I want to point out as well, Crane with his mid lane is so crucial and fundamental coming in from TT Global here. He was making so many plays.
Okay, so let me give you the options available for AG.AL at the start of the game. You have two choices to make if you want to be aggressive. Number 1, you go and contest this Azure Golem because Dune definitely needs it level 1, or you go and steal the red.
But both of those might be the winning opportunities here for both of these teams. But we are getting into game number 3. Onto the gorge is AG.AL and TT Global. What are the winning conditions here for these two teams?
For me, definitely, if you're AG.AL, you want to be looking at the early game here. Make sure that Zoe, Sheng, Yino on this try-push strategy gets value. For the side of TT Global here, your side lane will be detrimental in your mid to late game.
Yes, look, I think we need to focus on Crane here. He's not going to have a good time. Sheng has one of the best wave clears in the early start of the game, so Crane is not going to be able to clear as fast. He needs to then provide value in another way. Maybe help to take a few licks onto the buffs for his jungler.
And just look at Sheng's rotation here coming in from AG.AL. He knows for a fact that Yino is 1v2. He's coming in to force out some of these spells coming in from TT.
You can see Sheng already being very aggressive, right? This is where you want to go, but Joy, not the best position to be in.
Yeah, not the best position to E in the river here gets burned down immediately. Check out the trio real quick. Another Yino trio coming in. Yino, go shine on the biggest stage. We're excited for your amazing performance.
And definitely, but for now, it's not a good situation, right? They have already rotated their third member down into the farm lane. So TT Global, they get the fire beak on that bottom. This is, like you mentioned many times across KWC, a one-time chance to get the advantage. It's now in TT Global's hands.
That is how you cement the early game advantages here. You steal the camps away, you secure the neutral objectives here. And TT Global is doing a pretty good job coming into the series.
In fact, they've taken every single marker in the farm lane here. There is nothing for them to look forward to.
Nothing to look forward to, but engage goes through mid-side.
Yeah, I mean, they're a little bit too thick here. The emergence just come through from Crane, and there it is! The wind slash as well as the unruly blade onto the back line of AG.AL.
Ooh, too deep there coming in from Sheng. He wants to use the Winds of War to push back Sunrise here, but Sunrise, he is so tanky onto this dune, survives the push-up and makes it out alive while taking down AG.AL Sheng.
Okay, before I make my point, I know you guys were asking for it. Clash for Fame, that's your code. Go and key it in, get your rewards. And of course, now, the reward for Sunrise, the first blood, extra EXP, extra gold, and he's gonna be extra tanky.
Extra tanky is the name of the game coming in from the side of the Dune Dolia of TT Global here. But we want to see the game plan here coming in from AG.AL. Where is the push potential? Where is the pressure onto Snowy?
It has to be from manpower advantage, right? Because there's nothing they're winning on the map right now. TT Global, they've defended their camps, they've stolen camps, they've taken every single objective across the map, across all 3 lanes. And now TT, they feel the advantage.
They are looking at the advantage right now, and look at the bottom side. Eno is getting pressure. With more and more members are being committed towards this top side as the River Sprite is almost about to spawn.
Once again, this is an important marker. This is a free gold, free XP. TT Global, they want to force this out. And the rotations. Now, we talked about Sheng having a good rotation, good wave clearing. They are behind. Even with that fast clear, he cannot do much.
You cannot do much indeed, especially when you're against the best of the best 2 teams here. The map awareness, the rotations, the manpower. It comes immediately. It comes super fast here. So if you want to find mistakes that's happening on the map, you gotta be quick.
Look at how Joy has rotated, achieving so many things at the same time. Number 1, running through the river. You have a lead, you get vision, you know where they are not at on the side of AG.AL. You are also able to back up Sunrise if there is an invasion on the Azure Golem. So many things just by walking down that river.
That is the job of a rover, right? You're providing intel, as we mentioned from time to time. Intel is wintel. If you give information, you give it to your teammate.
I mean, Shuai here looking a little bit worse for wear, using the Heartlink to get out. I mean, right now, they're going to need every man on deck when this neutral objective comes up in 1 second.
It doesn't feel like they have a huge gold advantage. In fact, there is none at all. But TT Global, this is a great start for them. No steal available. First time of the game goes to TT Global.
Very clean up here coming in from TT Global here. They force out Shuai's common spell here. Super low. Shuai is not able to participate in the team fights. Hence, they have to give away this tyrant that has been spawned onto the map here. And right now, if you look at the map stake here, TT Global, they're invading hard towards the bot side.
They want to make a trade. Right now, Ching, he's not in a position to contest. The information is given over. But at the same time, look, I think what Sunrise doesn't care. They know about the Azure Gold, the Crimson Golem coming up in 5 seconds, and this will be funneled into the hands of Snowy.
It will be funneled, but look at the bottom side once again here. They are pressuring the red side. They are looking to pressure this tower here. Ron teleports to the bottom side, looks to defend this, but he will be met by multiple members off the side of TT.
Okay, right now they want to match pace, but they also want to be ahead. Sunrise takes that buff instead. He rushes to his Azure Golem. So TT Global playing the map so well. First ball going to be dropped, but there's nothing that AG.AL can do at this point.
But look at the goalie here, Ken. 5 minutes in, we talk about how TT Global is amazing in securing these like early game objective. AG.AL is in the goal lead right now.
I mean, that's how you keep on pace, right? Steal the camps, make sure you get a good fight as well. Right now, they're still poking and prodding.
Oh, the Ruling Blade is going to be in. Obviously, the Celestial LED just used for the refresh here for now. Looking pretty low is going to be Zoe into the back of that T1. Team fights are looking pretty hairy. Sunrise is in the enemy jungle. Maybe looking to contest this Azure Golem. It's going to be Sunrise. He's able to get it. He claims it for himself.
Not a good situation for the side of AG.AL. Not the position they want to find themselves in. But you play the card you're dealt with, and TT Global, they're playing it well.
So much damage here coming in from the side of TT Global here. The value coming in from a Fedun here, going in with the Unruly Blade, gets the refresh from the Dolia here, gets back out, and that provides so much mobility on this Dune.
And I want you guys to notice something, right? We're talking about all the other members, and there's one member we don't really talk about, and that is Snowy. And that's a bad sign for the side of AG.AL fans, because that means Snowy has been farming. And when you give him a lot of farm, and there's a big shield in front in the form of Sunrise and Ching, there is no escape.
This goes back to the pick and ban that we talked about here.
Wait there, the Unruly Blade is going to be committed once more. The Destiny encounter does come through for the side of AG.AL. The Annihilation comes through. We do get a kill onto Sunrise. He got a little bit too close to the sun and got burned by Shang.
And this is where Sheng provides so much value. The wave clear. If you stay and fight in the domains of AG.AL, you will be burnt alive. And TT Global, they're kind of licking their wounds. They might have to give away this Azure Golem.
Oh, the Azure Golem does get secured by Joy there. Not the best person you wanted to be here, but AG.AL, with that one kill there, gets the bottom tower, gets back the control of the game here. We talked about this in the pick and bans here. If you're looking at the backline access here, Ron single-handedly zone out 3 members on the side of TT.
At the same time, this is the turret push strat, right? You have the Agudo and Zoe. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of burst. You have Zoe, you have Sheng, and they are turret takers.
Oh, Snowy over the wall gets the takedown onto Sheng. We have the artillery coming through here as well. Maybe a bit of a dive here from Sunrise. Look to try and contest that Azure Golem. We use the Unbridled Outburst to go in and just clear that team fight.
So smart. Look, Joy had to protect the team by sealing that his own team's Azure Golem. So they made the call. We need a buff for the side of Sunrise. He needs the CDR. He needs a mana regeneration. And right now, TT under fire.
Under fire indeed. Snowy, he's not looking too good here. He does get one out by In War. And then it is the Annihilation. It's on the backline. Crane just going to be used there to push away AG.AL. I mean, imagine that Annihilation landed. That would have been clean.
But it landed on no one, and AG.AL comes up clean, gets the kill onto Snowy, who has expended his flash from the previous fight here. And right now, we look at the goalie here. It's looking dead even, but slightly towards advantage.
Oh! Crane from downtown. The Annihilation is going to just get that pressure off to that mid lane. And right now, Ron may have to run at some point. This is a 2v1. Sages might be committed, and he gets taken out.
This is not late game. You cannot get this kill. Sheng, they get a consolation prize in the form of the Tyrant. It's not even a shadow version at this point, but TT Global, they're feeling strong. They see the advantage. Ching playing the split push as well. T1 in the mid, under fire.
Way having to use the TP out of there, but that is going to be the Unruly Blade being committed as well. Can he get out? There's a lot of slow for Sunrise to be contested with. There it is. He gets out of jail free.
So much damage coming in from Yino onto this channel here. He's slowly scaling towards this late game giant that AG.AL need here. Game is dead even between both of these two teams here. And man, TT Global, they had an amazing 2 catches.
Learn the tips. This is where you recover from the game. Do not force unnecessary team fights. Play the map, clear the waves, get the turrets. And right now, TT Global, they recovered. And with that growth, late game, TT Global going to be extremely scary with Snowy and Crane.
And the first fighting point that we have to see, and we will be seeing, will be this Shadow Tyrant that will be spawning in the less than 30 seconds here. Look at both teams here. They are looking to clear out these waves here, have a neutral wave state to see who can get an advantage positioning on this team fight.
Yep. AG.AL, they want to realize the strength, their potential, taking turrets, but they're not allowed to because TT keeps poking and prodding, and Ching, late game, he is almost unkillable. They're going on him.
Ooh, the flash, yeah, having to be used there by Ching. I mean, is there going to be a bit of a dive here? We see a bit of a pincer movement from the side of TT Global, but now they're just trying to position this Shadow Tyrant fight.
Howl has been committed from the side of TT Global here. They're looking for a positioning coming in for this team fight. AG.AL with positioning, the wraparound. Look at Sunrise, he's face checking to Ron.
Yeah, the Annihilation just come through. A bit of a bait and switch there for Crane on the side of TT Global, but still very aggressive with this team fight. A lot of flashes going on right now.
Unless Sunrise or Ching falls, there is no way they win this fight against TT Global. And right now, they're already starting Sunrise. They're giving them options, they're giving choices. What do you want to do? Do you want a Tyrant or the kills?
Yeah, there it is, obviously Furball being committed into the backline. Shui gets taken down. Sunrise cleaning up shop here. The sustain, but can Ron get access into the backline? He thought twice about that. He was going to go in, but he was like, if I go in, can I get out?
He can't. Snowy has the Crimson Golem, and look, they make the call. They want to go for more. It's not about the Tyrant, it's about the map control. T1 in the mid, they've lost this. They need to restore control across the map.
They need to restore control about the map here, and look at the side of TT Global here. They know for a fact that AG, wow, another snipe here coming in. But man, TT Global doing such a good job here. AG.AL, they want to sneak away this Shadow Overlord here, but the positioning coming in from Ching and Joy, just neutralizing that potential.
The shovel is in the hands of TT Global. They're digging treasures across the map. A Tyrant, a kill on the Sheng, everything going in the way of TT Global.
TT Global, they are in the driver's seat right now, and I gotta say here, Crane, once again, the man himself to make all these snipes, all these plays here. He's having such a fantastic game.
Yeah, the pressure being put here to the mid lane. I mean, this is going to be 4 men on 1. There is no real kind of collapse here for the side of AG.AL as they lose their T3, T2 in the mid lane.
Yep, and right away they can make a trade at the bottom lane as well. But for now, it's not the trade you want. You want more gold in your pockets because TT Global, they have a very slight lead, and we have seen when Titans get the gold lead, they get an advantage. They will dominate with that advantage.
Okay, let's talk about team fighting here. We have yet to see Ran find a very big backline access thanks to Ching onto this Fuzi. If Ching never uses the ultimate, Ran can never go in, and TT Global will always have the range advantage to poke you guys down.
So many effects, right? Multifaceted factors coming in for the side of TT Global with not just the draft, but the kits and the timings as well. And straight away, they occupy the territory of the jungle of AG.AL. And they're working on that Overlord.
Yeah, indeed working with the Overlord. Primal Bond is up, Shadow Tyrant is over. No more debuffs here, and TT makes light work of this Shadow Overlord here. If you're AG.AL, you gotta formulate a game plan as they're looking for this push.
Maybe this team fight here could be the potential. I mean, obviously baiting at the emergence is going to be the Sage's Might being committed early with the Destiny counter already used into the team fight.
Backline, Ron!
Shrek goes down, but into the backline, Ron gets the access that he needs onto Crane with a takedown. Sunrise as well. Where is your tag on the side of
Zoe.
TT Global?
Okay, they catch eyes on Zoe as well. One more.
Link does being used in here as well. Inuwa looking pretty low. He has to flash over the wall for now. I mean, there it is. Zoe overextended. Snowy gets the takedown.
And look at this Fuzi pick providing so much value there. The intuition, the spell 2, damage reduction, tanking so much damage from the side of AG.AL. Look at this replay there as we break it down. TT procs the Howl, looks for the engage here, gets the engage onto the members of AG.AL. But the healing coming in from Strike is just too major. Ron looking for that 2-man backline access.
In live though, I mean, we've lost 2 lives already, 2 for 1 trade from the side of TT Global as they're trying to get that T3 in that bot side of the map. These Vanguards are doing the work. We just need to make sure that Ron is putting the pressure on.
It's a double whammy. Inuwa gets taken down, right? They did trade the life with Joy, but who cares? Not that his life is not important, but Joy at this point, his value here is providing space for the team. Let's take a look at how that fight went down.
Well, definitely a bit of a misstep here, gets locked down by the Sage's Might, and the damage just comes bombarding in from Snowy on this Mengya. So much damage.
It's late game Mengya.
Yes, in the live part here as well. Was they able to get the Azure Golem? Yes, Crane steals it.
Yep, not an ideal situation for the side of AG.AL. They are suffering at this point. 5-9 in KDA, but just 1,000 gold that sets them apart. Barely at this point. TT Global, next objective. 6 seconds ago, Shadow Tyrant number 3.
Shadow Tyrant number 3 has been spawned onto the map here. Ching, the man of TT Global, is so consistent onto this Fuzi. The brick wall. Now, we have to see here, can Ron find another miracle engage here?
I mean, they're just trying to check out on Jing here, right? I mean, there's the hot link onto Jing as well. We're going to be seeing him maybe use a Sage's Might there, just able to lock down Ron, so he cannot have a clear access onto the backline of TT Global. Sunrise looking to put pressure onto Zoe, just really just kind of denying the access onto TT Global at this point.
Do you see where Ron is going? He's trying to find Snowy, but he cannot find him, and Snowy's just dealing damage on the backline. Ching!
Oh, yep, verbal beacon committed there. It was able to actually get onto Zoe, but not actually get the CC that was needed. Destiny counter once again, trying to apply the healing, trying to play the zone in, but here it is. Ching into the backline. Ron is really looking for access here into the team fight, but the Sages might be committed, but we are getting a takedown on the Sunrise into the team fight because it is split on 2 fronts.
Another Sage might be committed from the side of TT here. Sun goes down once again. 2-for-1 exchange in favor of TT Global.
They know that Zoe does not have smite. They're pushing the ante here. Ching looking for an opening on the backlines at the same time, providing time for Snowy. He gets that Shadow Tyrant, and once again, AG.AL, they're suffering at the hands of TT Global.
Yeah, I mean, TT Global had the pressure into the top side of the map, right? We had the minion wave just giving that clear pressure, and it meant that AG.AL was like, do we take the fight? Do we give them the Tyrant? And the question was, yes, give them the Tyrant, but now is that T3 going to fall?
That T3 is definitely going to fall towards the hands of TT as another Annihilation goes through mid lane. So much pressure coming in from Crane, coming in from Ching here. I gotta say, Ching on this Fuzi, immediate so much constant lockdown onto Ron.
Yeah, it's all about the options that A.G.AL have to choose from, right? You have to go for Snowy, but you have to go for Ching as well. And this was how the fight went down. I mean, nice catch by the backlines on the side of Ching. I thought it was going to be a 5v1. They tried to get the advantage, but the Annihilation really changed the state of that fight. And once you get Ching back onto your faces, there is no way to run.
There is no way to run indeed, and we see, even under the presence of Primal Bond here, TT Global so ahead in map control. Gets the second Shadow variant of the map here, and they are looking hands down strong right now.
This is what you want to see if you're a TT Global fan. Train and Snowy, the both of them, over 120,000 worth of damage dealt to the side of AG.AL, and there's going to be plenty more coming.
Yeah, a lot of damage already been built up in the stock market for the side of TT Global. With the minion wave in the mid and the bot and the top, is this going to be the final frontier for the side of AG.AL?
It's looking like it. The T3s at the bottom are falling. There is no more pressure coming in for the moment on the side of TT Global. But that is a short, relived moment.
Ooh, okay. Yes, Destiny Academy trading for the Annihilation there as well. I'm seeing 2 ultimates being expanded, but we do have the Dolia on the side of TT Global.
And Shadow Vanguards are slowly marching towards this final tier 3 of the side of TT right now. TT is looking for the push here. Snowy is super fed, and he is full stock right now into this fight.
Yep, he has the Crimson Golem looking for the opening. It's all about poking. They're going in.
Ching into the backline onto Ron. Obviously just making sure that the Ron does not have the access once again. He got the takedown. Annihilation putting so much damage and so much pressure onto the side of AG.AL. Zoe looking to be the next victim come down. And the Crystal gain number 3, 2-1 to TT Global.
What a way to do it. Even at death's door, even with his death, the mid laner on the side of TT Global, Crane, he got the kill on the Eno, and there was no more chance. AG.AL fall for the first time.
AG.AL fall, and TT comes up clutch with 2 consecutive wins. Right now, they're 2-1 on the board. I gotta say, Crane and Ching is having a field day.
It's at this point, right? Do your hearts shake? Because confidence is definitely shaken at this point for AG.AL. They had a decent draft, right? We talked about it. The strength of tower turret taking. This is where they wanted to be at. But TT Global kept forcing them into fights because they had the goalie. They got the steals.
They got the goalie, they got the steals, and the Fuzi coming in from Ching is so darn crucial here. Every team fight we see this Fuzi finding opportunities, and Crane, he is so good onto this new wall here. Snipes after snipes after snipes.
He was the Ching in their armor.
He is their Ching in their armor indeed, but look at these team fights real quick here, as even if Ron gets caught out, Ron is always being caught out by Ching here. Ching is always looking for these opportunities to give total lockdown control here. If Ron is on the map, Ching will always be there to put him on lockdown.
That's why you are so scared of a late game Fuzi, right? Because you need more than one member to handle him. And TT Global, knowing the strength. So let's take a look at the desk. Boys, what do you have for us after this exciting game number 3?
TT Global showing us that this is not going to be a one-sided match. They come in, and you know that Ching and the boys, they want to put their hands on the trophy. 2-1 advantage on top of AG.AL. A lot of people did not think about this, and I'm telling you, they might have lost the first one. But TT Global, after the first one is gone, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, they want to go for all of them. We are 2-1 ahead, TT Global on top of AG.AL. Boys, break it down for me because this was a very interesting game.
TT Global definitely kicks it into overdrive. It seems like their first game is their feeler game, you know? They feel down their feel out their opponent, dissect it, and then now like, okay, we understand. Here's what we're gonna do. And me and Dave were talking about the games afterwards, and as we're watching it, we're noticing, wait, this composition, we thought it was kind of bad at first, and then we're seeing it work, and it's all clicking. And we wanted to nominate the MVP if we could to the coach. The competition for TT Global was insane.
It would be lovely if one day we can just give the coaches MVPs, right? But talk to a little bit about that. You guys thought that the composition was not gonna work. Why did you guys have that feeling?
This is a 2000 IQ draft.
Go
Initially, when you see the Mengya, you're like, yo, this is new, right?
It's not a KWC 2025.
Right. And initially, when you saw the Nua instead of mine, you're like, oh, wait, this is different. And then it all makes sense.
Yeah.
The entire push comp from AG.AL side summons a lot of monsters. You got Channels Dogs, you got Zoe, summons a lot of different jungle monsters to help you push. guess what stops all of that? Nuwa and Dolia,
yeah,
exactly.
right? On top of it, you also have the Mengya
Mengya.
throwing bullets in a line, killing everything all at once. Man, 2000 IQ, Coach Jojo is on a different level.
I'm telling you, that's why he's called the best coach in KPL, right? Like he's one of the top persons in honor of Kings, not only in KPL, but I would even say worldwide.
This is so interesting. I think that the game that we saw was so sweet. We all of us saw a chip type of game, like chipping each other out, you know. But what I like about TT Global is that they were actually letting AG.AL to react to their draft also, because AG.AL actually opted to go for the siege type of comp, right? Units after units, let's push and let's push. So they picked up the Nuwa, they banned out the Maishiri Nui to protect the Nuwa, and then they finally saw, okay, they're gonna go for the siege, let's pick up the Mengya. Plus, what's interesting is, yes, we're having the chip type of game, right? But the only difference for me I saw was for Team TT Global, they have a finisher, which is actually the trap of the Fuzi together with the burst of the burst of the Nuwa and the underrated damage of the Mengya.
I am thinking that in terms of global ban picks, the heroes that we've played, the heroes that are out there, since we have seen so many not KWC 2025 comps, I do believe that even though it's already 3 games into this global ban pick, there's still a lot of options out there, right?
While we've seen a lot of powerful drafts, I think the most powerful drafts and why coaches matter so much is when you're able to get a win with a composition like this. Look at the characters using. Futsu, Nuwa, Mingye. These are not your traditionally powerful characters. And being able to add all these together and make it work makes it one of the best drafts because you win and you don't really lose anything.
I think this goes to show how masterful TT and AG are in terms of the ins and outs of the every little detail of the heroes we're seeing, right? For example, who would have thought like we're gonna see the Fuzi as the last pick? We were like, Fuzi, but you have so many units. You were like, how can you actually trap someone? But okay, it is for the Nuwa and it is for the Mengya. And plus, you can actually reset the ultimate of the Mengya too. Goes well together with the Nuwa.
All right, you know what? I think that composition coming in for TT Global, it was just masterful. It was really on point. And I know that Dave wants to talk to us a little bit about the game. I know that Professor Dave is going to explain to us a little bit. Come on, Professor Dave. Get the whole setup.
Oh man,
I'm gonna hold the mic for you.
You know what? I was gonna talk about global ban draft first. You know the 2 games in a row they have the tanks. But guys, this is a class lesson.
Class is in session, baby.
Class is in session. Number 1 thing is how to team fight properly, featuring TT Global. Watch this clip right here. First, you have the Hoi ult. I'm gonna pause right here. You can see there are 4 people from AG and Zoe's cutting in from this side, right? And look at the entire TT Global. They will now shift their focus towards Zoe right here, and you only have Lianpo stay in the front to zone the entire follow-up of AG.
Yes.
And this is how they're able to turn this fight around after Hoi was trying to flank the backline. Look at this immediate focus onto Zoe when Zoe coming in, right? Zoe got killed, and rather than Zoe get killed, look at Lianpo right here. He's now in 1 versus 3, knocking them up, intercepting the follow-up that AG would usually do, and then he gets away!
I know that Joy had a very tough game in there, but the way that he jumped in that one and goes out, amazing.
How does he get away, right? And then, you see, this type of like master play is not just like by one team. Let's look at another team fight, and let's see if I can open this clip.
You got this, Professor.
Yeah, it seems like we might be waiting for the clip just slightly, but yeah, I think that should be enough for now.
Yeah,
you know, when you're team fighting, when you're learning, it's very, very important to understand how to focus on one target at a time. And it's such a clean execution from TT Global side. When you have the front line, and this is what I was talking about regarding the draft, you need to have some sort of front line in the current Honor of King meta.
Yes.
And we have something like Lianpo that's untargetable. Interrupted when he's ulting. When you have something like Duen who can soak insane amount of damage. Last game you saw the stats. He was soaking 36%. It was unkillable. Yeah, that's why every single trade, you feel like entire AG.AL was just focusing on Duen, still fighting him, while the backline, their entire flank is already gone.
I think that is just the positioning, right? Like I think that TT Global has done so well in terms of positioning before the fight starts, just allowing Snowy just to get amazing positions in there, no?
As a tank player, I really respect that play from Bangpo there. Of
course.
Being able to go in, land a 3-man Tremor Smash, and as you guys say, get out. Even if he died in that play, it would have been okay.
Yeah, of course.
He made space for his team, you know? But the fact that he can do all that, distract 3 people, and get out and churn a lost fight is just amazing.
It is just the difference between the people who are really good at honor games and the professionals that are at the top of the game. That's for sure that there is a gap in between them.
This is so good. I kind of feel like Team TT Global got the power spike in advance. Right after that, around 7 minutes, well, Snowy got ahead and managed to pick off a mispositioned Zhou on the around in the middle part. That's why he immediately got like extra damage out there, like extra Shadow Reaper to defend every push that is Team AG is doing. Team AG, the pressure was on run actually to get a flank. It's so hard to do with all of these tanks around, and it was easier for the Fuzi. The Fuzi can just target easily, get one in the box, and then Nua will just
I do believe that
all of it. Yeah.
I do believe that Clash Laners fight in there, that 1v1s, it was critical for TT Global to be able to take the win in there, right?
Absolutely. The Futsu, we saw at the end of the game, didn't do much damage. But I don't want to call it a support Futsu, but he was mainly there just to trap people with that ultimate.
I agree. Yeah,
And the Dolia was important because if the enemies want to stay far away, okay, we're going to go ahead and reset that Annihilation and poke you from afar. But if you want to get up in our face, we have the Futsu being able to trap you guys 2 times. It's actually a beautiful draft.
Beautiful draft. Beautiful, amazing Amazon Arena right over there. Look at that. The screens, the lights, everything.
Ooh.
I'm telling you, it's been by far one of the most beautiful stages that we have had in such a long time. When you come over here to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and you see the quality of the stage, it is a top level.
My favorite thing about the stage here is when you actually watch the games go on, and that middle screen there shows the game, the sides show both teams and their picks, and a live real-time counter of the gold, the kills, the assists. And whenever one player gets a double kill and one player...
the animations, right?
Yeah, it pops up. But the best part was, I think yesterday, there's a fight where both players got like a triple kill or a double kill, and then both sides, the players pop up on each individual screen. It's amazing.
It is lovely. I hope that everyone at home can have a chance to come in here and watch the games with us. Let's jump into game 4. TT Global is gonna be taking the blue. AG.AL is gonna take the red. Casters, come on, let's go.
Thank you so much, Isaac. TT Global up 2-1 over AG.AL, who had taken the first game, but somehow TT Global took it a little personally. They bounced back with 2. Kindofu, your thoughts? What does TT Global need to do better here?
I think they just need to be a little bit more careful in terms of positioning. I mean, okay, look, they have been really great. The 2 players, Ching as well as Snowy, playing in good synergy to be able to split the team fight for AG.AL, give them too many choices to choose from. But it has not been clean. TT Global, I think they can be even cleaner because I voted for them to win. I want TT Global to win.
All right, your bias is showing a little bit, unfortunately. But I think Hisaki was also thinking that, like, you know, AG.AL, very strong team. What does this team need to do to really bounce back? Because it seems like TT Global have their number with this whole map control.
We gotta see what they're gonna be planning on their draft right now. Yino is definitely not having a very comfortable environment to be really carrying the team. As we mentioned, we want to see more and more tempo here. And what's a better way than doing that is on the hands of Zoe. His pay is just insane.
Okay, I instantly regret my decision to say bite me because Pei is now on the board for the side of AG.AL. A very striking start here with the Byron. This Clash lane on the side, Ching is not going to have a good time.
Exactly the case here, and we talked about this. Pei and Byron, a staple pick in the global scenario here. All these teams, if they want to play fast tempo here, we saw AG.AL, when they play the fast tempo, it really favors them. But when it goes towards the late game here, TT Global, they activate and they activate hard.
Yes, now AG.AL, they will pick up one of the most disruptive mid laners here. Haino in the mid lane, meant to protect against the Mai's aggression, also save and recover those towers across the map if he can activate his ultimate 5 seconds within its takedown.
Exactly, and right now, if you look at TT Global's draft here, I'm especially wanting to put my focus onto TT Global's player called Crane here. This guy in the mid lane here, he had so many fantastic and key plays here coming into Game 2 and Game 3 of the series there. He was always the anchor, the player to make key plays, ensuring Snowy and Ching had the environment to play in.
Yes, and with that space he's able to buy for them, TT Global, I think they can actually finish this drop up with a big tank coming in for the side of TT Global. They can consider the Lady Sun as well. Actually, it's a double-edged sword, right? Does well against Pei if she's ahead, but also gets destroyed by Pei because of his mobility as well.
I have to agree with you, and we talked about mobility here. Mai Shiranui as well. High burst potential. Can instantly look for the assassination here. And what's the anti-burst hero coming in for the mid lane? It gotta be Haino here.
Yep, the Guiku Japan, very smart against AG.AL. It's a one team that suffers against crowd control and to, even make it safer for the team. The Sun Bin comes, we talked about it. Dave, thank you for that insight into Sun Bin. Number 1, rotations are faster. You get a rebate on your health bars when you get damaged, and that ultimate, the ultimate silence. Speak no words, we will let the actions talk.
We will let the action talk. And one more point that we can add on to Sun Bin here. If you time your spell to time flux correctly, you refund HP back to your teammates here. It is a very good anti-burst mechanic here. And also, key point here, Sun Bin's rewind is not affected by heal reduction like the Venomous Staff.
Yes, this is a very important marker here, which means Sheng is going to be a player of choice. AG.AL, their win heavily depends on the success of this Haino. And what does Haino hate? He hates a burst, and that's exactly what TT Global offer. Number 1, that lockdown by Diadea, no skills to use, and so yeah, big burst.
And you want to see something interesting? AG.AL's team composition. They are running it back. They are making a double side lane team composition here. I am looking who gets the Byron, who gets the Bai Qi here, because man, it's been a while since we've seen this composition.
Look at Eno Small. You know for a fact that he is going to get the Bai Qi on his hands. And that's going to be a very difficult lane because he's aided by the Sun Bin.
If you know one thing for sure, Yino used to be that man in the clash lane there before role swapping to the farm lane here. So, talking about hero mastery here, Yino as a player, he definitely has the experience, has the fundamentals on this hero.
I really like this AG.AL draft, right? It looks very strong, very sustainable, and also they have decent damage because they have burst in the form of the Pei as well as the Byron. So very big, strong lanes coming in for the side of AG.AL, but execution needs to match the BP.
It has to match the BP. It's not an easy hero to pull off, let alone an easy draft here. I believe that is our first Bai Qi of this KWC 2025 tournament here. I gotta see how one of the best KPL teams, AG.AL, pull it off here, because it is not gonna be an easy feat.
We are in for such a treat to see this sort of lineup, the Bai Qi being pulled out by Yinu of all people, and to pull it out on a Game 4. This is gonna be pivotal. You lose this game, you're gonna be down 1-3, you're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Yes, it's going to be series point for the side of TT Global if they can take this win. But AG, this is one of the biggest lineups you will see. I'm not sure how you're supposed to break through. There is no Ching in the armor here.
Yeah, Grand Finals, Game 4. I would say that this has got to be a must-win for AG.AL. Do they have the draft? Is this going to be good enough to really strike back into TT Global?
I don't know, but the audience, 现场的观众们，声音借我一点好吗？ Wish your best team luck, TT Global, AG.AL, let's go!
Let's go! Game number 4. This one decides the destiny. You can carve your way towards the trophy of being a king.
You gotta be a king, and as you mentioned here, Yino gets the head onto the Bai Qi here, but an engage goes through.
They find Shang. He's in a world of hurt right now, in a bad spot. He's gonna give up first blood to Crane.
And that's not the only painful experience. They also give away the Azure Golem. This is TT Global Sunrise's dream here.
But AG relying onto this pace mobility here, they get a trade across the map, making sure that they lose as minimal as possible. I gotta give props to Joy here. He was the one who found and punished Sheng heavily.
They knew that they will have their jungle side cleared on the right-hand side, so they actually make the call on the side of AG.AL. Let's follow up as well. Now, he should be able to do well in this lane for now. It's really just about sustaining. Stay safe.
Staying safe, sustaining. Once you hit that 4th-minute mark onto this hero here, you're definitely gonna be online. But look at the cheer here coming in from Jiang Beibei. 青青加油 ，TTG 加油，一路来不容易，希望你们发挥满载而归。
Oh, beautiful. Give it your all. I know it has been a tough road, and truly it has been. TT Global, a team that has gone through the lower brackets in order to beat, 4 teams in a row, 4 series in a row to reach this place as #1 from A.C.L. And for now, they are leading the charge with a 2-1 lead against A.G.A.L.
It is not an easy feat. It is definitely not easy because you are against A.G.A.L., one of the most prestigious organizations out there in the honor of King's World. And looking at this mid-rotation here, Ching looks to help clean this lane, and he makes his way back to the Clash lane.
This game really is about Sheng, man. If Sheng has a successful game, hang on.
Has to just dash away. Flash that is. He's going to be chased down, and Snowy gets the snipe out.
Everything going wrong once again for the side of A.G.A.L. TT Global hitting the box.
Oh, Ron is going to get going on as well. The rotation from Crane. He's been an all-star this series.
Ooh, TT Global, left, right, top, bottom, plays across the map. Check out the replay of what happened here. It engaged with Ching, getting the lockdown here. Immediate CC Ching. No room for a flash here coming in from Ron.
And look at the timing of this, right? In Chinese, we call it 五马分尸. You are pulled apart by 5 different horses in 5 different directions. And it is a painful experience because that kill came right after Eno fell.
Right after Eno fell and the waves are sacrificed towards the tower here, they suffer a very big goal gap, a 1,000 goal gap. This is not usual for A.G.A.L.
Not usual at all. TT Global, they are facing a power spike and they're showing that they are here to contest at KWC 2025.
Nice little knock-up onto Sheng here. He's going to have to just use his Fate Rewind. He will unwind and take away all of that damage. But let's talk a little bit about Zoe here. He's that pay. He's got that fast-paced timer in terms of just farming, but he's kind of falling behind in the sense of the overall team.
Well, I gotta say, if he falls behind, that's gonna be a big trouble coming in from A.G.A.L. They need this pay to be the secondary marksman here, but looking towards the farm lane, looking towards the Clash lane right now. Zoe is making sure that he gets as much goal as possible as Sheng gets engaged on.
Engine right on point. They find Sheng, they have the knock-up, but he's not able to survive. He's gonna go down.
It's all about the timing at this point, and this could be TT Global's time. They know that Sheng doesn't have the ultimate, and what a time to get it as well. The first tyrant of the game goes to TT Global.
I mean, they knew the ult was on cooldown, and they went directly on him. They ensured that they got those knockups, and they got the stuns right onto Sheng, and they've turned it into the first tyrant of the game.
Perfect execution here coming in from Crane. We gave him so much praise, and look at this bot side as a potential fight might break out, but Shuai really gets caught out.
Oh, they find Shuai. They do have the connection. Crane making moves across the map. Another knockup, another kill.
And a great trade. They get the Zero Golem. What do they have to trade for? The T1 on the top. Does TT Global care? They do not. They also take their own Zero Golem.
Exactly. That is the only job they need to care about, because if they do not get a lead with the double fighter, double tag team composition, you're going to be falling much more behind here. Goal lead is similar in both team comps, but Eno is getting further and further behind.
And also, Crane is getting further and further in front, right? Success begets success. Crane now already has the insatiable tome. That is the full core lifesteal item.
They find Eno. They're looking to pull him back. He's going to actually dash forward. Zoe wants to go aggressive, but Crane has to get back with that heart link, and it looks like TT Global, again, avert all this.
There's not enough damage. They're too far behind. 2,000 at the peak of tournament in HOK is a big marker of difference, and A.G.A.L. once again find themselves trailing.
We have to see if A.G.A.L. Zoe can find more resources here. They need to make sure that this page get more gold and get more of these items here, but TT Global are not allowing it to happen.
But how are you able to get all that farm? Your Crimson Golem is going to be contested. Everything that you move or you do around the jungle is going to be very uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable. They want to force the skills out, right? This is why TT Global, they're not really exactly pushing too much. They want to force these common spells out, the flashes, the ultimates, but it's not working.
They find him. They get the little taunt onto Joy, who heartlinks back to safety, but A.G.A.L. not able to find the pickoff. They're going to have to retreat yet again.
But still, one thing's for sure, A.G.A.L. team composition, the double fighter with a pay, it activates extremely well towards the early, towards mid-game here. But if TT Global can really expand this lead, this team composition coming in from AG.AL is just gonna be outscaled.
It is very difficult because at the late game, AG.AL, they also have some late game compositions, right? It's gonna be very hard to kill Inoue. But at the late game, they have an answer. They have Snowy. Nobody wins a late game Shouyue.
Exactly the case here. Shouyue has one of the best late game coming in honor of Kings here. Once he hits that Daybreaker, he's gonna be hitting hard, but Engage goes in.
Looking to go in for that one. Not able to get the charge, not able to get the connection or the hook back. Crane is on the run and then looking to turn this. Joy that is. He tried to go in and just slow everybody down, but he sacrifices his own life away.
All right, that's a present for the side of AG.AL. They recover 1 kill. They have a score on the board, but
they find Shuai and they have the connection. Crane with that damage, but now it looks like he's gonna turn. They've got even more. Shake is not able to fate rewind, not able to go 88 miles an hour fast enough.
I mean, that's why you want him to tank. That's why Sheng needs a good game, but he's having the absolute banter taken out of it.
Yeah, Inoue is gonna just get the taunt onto Sunrise. Yes, he's the tanky boy, but Inoue looking to take more of that damage, and Sunrise makes him pay, and they get a double kill going the way of Sunrise.
That's why they're called TT Global. Global damage, and Snowy, he is online, level 10, 7.5 minutes in the T1, wide open for the taking. Jungle also open for exploration.
TT Global is online as they are looking at the series point here. They are looking extremely well for 5,000 gold lead as they knock onto the second tower.
Sheng cannot save this. He does not have his ultimate. He's taking too much damage. And once again, Azure Golem, a present from the future for the side of TT Global. 8 minutes in, we have another Tyrant for the taking.
We are talking about the mid game here being more rewarding for AG.AL, but look at how proactive Ching with these engages here. And even if you get a kill back, it doesn't matter because the Mai Shiranui, the team composition is just so good coming in for the side of TT. They're getting kills after kills after kills because Inoue and Ron are not getting the resources.
Look at the timing of when they engage for fights. TT Global, they're fighting every single time. Sheng does not have flash. Shuai does not have ulti. He does not have heals. Everything in accordance to advantage to TT Global, they then strike. And AG.AL have been caught multiple times. Total 9 kills, but about 4 incidents throughout this 9-minute mark.
And that's the danger of KPL teams, that they always know when you do not have the flash. They know your exact buff timers. That's why they get to pick the team fights when they are ahead.
But do they know how much money I have in my wallet right now?
I think they do. I mean,
yes.
definitely they have more than you, right? Look, they're very comfortable. They have a 3-1-1 composition, right? We have Ching split pushing on the top, you have Snowy split pushing on the bottom, and then you have Sunrise, Crane, and Joy having the time of their lives. This is not a jungle exploration, this is a camping trip.
This is indeed a camping trip, and all these towers are slowly going down one by one. Not even till the shadow variant spawn yet, guys. 30 seconds on the clock here. If TT finds more of these resources, I gotta tell you, it's looking bad for AG.AL.
They want to look for that entry point, but they're not gonna find anything.
They're taking it away yet again. The furball is going to chase them away. The dash away from Ching. He stays alive. And again, they're not able to take anything. But Inoue looking to go in, find Sunrise, but there's no actual damage to take him down. He gets back.
Yep, and this fight is without Snowy. Snowy was waiting on the backlines. He did not even lay a single bullet yet. And still, AG.AL are in danger right now. Sheng might be in trouble.
Oh, they're looking to turn the fate rewind. Not enough. Sheng is going to be killed. And they're going to take Inoue as well. And TT Global baited him out. Gets 2 kills.
Man, I gotta tell you one thing for sure, AG.AL, you're not scaling because TT Global, they are scaling so hard and you do not have the damage to take down any members on the side of TT.
Lightning fast, and the timing is in perfection for the side of TT Global. The base is wide open.
They find him, and Crane just goes right in and instantly deletes Ron. TT Global taking out the mid T3. They want more. They're going to go on to Shuai. They're going to take him down as well, but here come reinforcements. Zoe and Shang are now here. They're going to slow siege. Snowy's still up in front with that damage. Very scary on that front line.
Until Sheng can land his Scepter of Fate, there is no way Snowy's going back for now. They know, let's not put too much pressure, take too much risk. They take the Crimson Golem, and they go for the Shadow Overlord.
They are so ahead, they can do anything they want because Zoe, as of this point, he does not have enough gold to out-damage Snowy. He does not have enough damage to take down all these pseudo tanks here. Coming in from Ching, coming in from Sunrise here. TT are in absolute control.
TT Global, for now, very strong. They have the lead. They have the map control. This setup by the side of Crane, he is insane today. And what a time to hit this monster strength.
He is locked in and he is in flow right now. He is doing so much for the side of TT Global. Every single engage is by Crane, and Crane is on fire.
They don't even care the fact about the T2 in the top lane. They just went for his life. And right now, with absolute control, a vice grip over the map, TT Global, they have the Shadow Vanguard and the Overlord flying down on the top.
Only time is the essence right now for the side of TT Global here. AG.AL, they are running empty on this time because looking at the current map state right now, they are no longer in control.
Yeah, time is of the essence. And AG.AL, they are running out of time. The Shadow Overlord approaches on the T3 at the top.
Look at how they're perfectly timing it with the Shadow Vanguard. The Furball is going to be right on top, and they find Yenuo, who actually has to flash away. He gets back to safety. The top T3 is under siege, though, and they get what they wanted.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do. Shung, once again, no ultimate, and still they can't fight.
They can't fight, but the bottom T3, they don't have any more minions. It looks like that's going to be the end of this assault.
Oh my goodness, TT Global 10,000 gold lead against AG.AL at 12 minutes right now. One more Overlord matches down the bottom side as they look for a potential siege.
Yeah, TT Global, do you believe in this victory? This is series point if they win. TT Global, the map is theirs to conquer. They have conquered most of it, but the crystal is that final reward that you want.
I love the fact that TT Global are playing so patiently, not looking to rush this. They understand the game situation where they have so much control. They're up about 10k at this point, and it looks like AG.AL can't even get their own Azure Golem here. But Joy up in front, just pushing them away. AG.AL running scared.
For me, right now, TT Global, there is no rush. You have the scaling advantage, you have the Shouyue, you have all these tools to really close out the game. What do you have to do? Wait for the Shadow Tyrant, wait for the Shadow Overlord. Just look at Snowy right now, 11,000 gold, almost full build.
You want to defuse the situation, but it's not happening. TT Global, they have hit their timings, and what a way to do it. 13 to 2 kills in this game. A lot of people were commenting, where are the kills? Here are the kills, 13 to the side of TT Global.
And 6-0 and 5 on that Maestro Nui. Crane has set up all these plays here. Ardent Dominator as well has been picked up by the Maestro Nui here. More survivability in here coming in for this mine. And right now, Shadow Tyrant has spawned onto the map here. They're looking for a potential play.
Look, AG.AL, the game plan here, they want to try and last for the Tempest Dragon, but that is less than 6 minutes away. And right now, TT Global, they are in full control. All of these traps, devices set up by Snowy, giving them vital information about the numbers that AG.AL are bringing across the gorge.
Bring across the gorge and look at them right now. Securing the Shadow Tyrant. What's the next plan here? Look for an engage, or they can play the safe path, get another Overlord, and slowly pace towards the end game. Because what can AG.AL do? They are already outskilled. They have no space for Zoe to do damage because you are getting out damaged by Snowy as he is full slotted right now.
And this is the risk that they took at the draft, right? You need control, you need to survive the damage, but with the help of Crane, with the help of Sunrise and Snowy, these 3 burst heroes, how are you supposed to deal with it? Zoe, if he dies here, the game is over. They have no burst damage.
I have to agree with you, so we have to see AG.AL, the final defense here coming in from this potential final setup coming in from TT, because they have to find that one golden opportunity if they need to.
And here we go. Tournament life on the line. AG.AL looking for scraps, not finding anything across the gorge.
Here's the wild growth. It's going to start with the initiation, just pushing them back more than anything else. They really want this bottom T3. Sheng is about half life. They need to be careful. Sunrise gets knocked back. It looks like they're going to continue on. Ching is doing a little bit more, and they've got the pushback. Crane looking to go in, but Ron with that force field suppression, keeping himself alive. He's going to go back into the fountain. But now with this crystal and those minions that have been pushed, it looks like TT Global not able to find anything else.
But still, the map state looks extremely good coming in from TT Global as the Overlord and the heals are coming in. This may potentially be the final push here.
They're looking to go. Sunrise still up there. Ron actually looking to go for Crane, but Crane is all the way in the back, just baiting them out. Yenuo getting solo. He gets picked off. Snowy with that damage is starting to make it work.
Okay, Sheng was the lifeline. This is exactly what the composition was drafted for. Sheng is meant to be the damage dealer over time. You can't burst them down. The longer the fight goes, the more strength and the more strength AG has, right? They will swing that fight over. but they only lost Sunrise until they get
they're going in, they get the pullback, they find Shuai, but they don't have the damage, and they need to back off yet again. A.G.A.L. dodge a bullet.
Oh man, it's so close coming in from both of these two teams here, just like Kim said. Sheng onto this high note has been the lifeline of the side of A.G.A.L. If he gets to stack all these scepters onto the members of TT, that may be a game-winning opportunity for A.G.A.L.
It's all about the timing of the setup, right? Take a look, the flash committed by Run, he wanted the false screen out because he is the only member that's capable to catch multiple people on the backlines besides Ching. Now, with Sunrise dead, you then realize, hey, we don't exactly have the tankiness. Snowy is now in danger. So on the side of TT Global, they cannot allow Sunrise to die like that. And at the same time, it is all about the timing of Snowy.
Yeah, that was actually a perfect disengage. I mean, you just keep yourself alive. You can fight another day. It's a great situation for TT Global at this point as they look to push at this point.
But A.G.A.L. is holding the fort extremely well right now. 17 minutes onto the clock right here. The Haino is getting more and more stronger as the time is progressing onto the clock right here. 30 seconds onto the Tyrant here. What is the TT Global call here?
I think they have to try and rush this, but at the same time, you can't be impatient, right? I think A.G.A.L., they will be successful in holding on to the Tempest Dragon, but they will have to trade out the Shadow Tyrant for this particular survivability.
That is definitely the case here, and I have to agree with you, but if you have to take a look at A.G.A.L., the game plan is awfully familiar here. As long as Sheng doesn't get one-shotted, there is always a breath of life from A.G.A.L. because this high note is the key difference maker coming in from A.G.A.L.
They also have not used any Sage's Sanctuary on the side of AG. If they get a nice catch now, they could turn this around.
Furball on the 3, that's a nice initiation. Crane on the side, he's gonna push it, put them away. You know, we'll get a little bit careful. The heal is gonna be used here, but Sunrise taking a lot of this one. He's being focused down. He needs to back off. He gets the safety, but TT Global, all of them are so low, and A.G.A.L. finding the play, finding the pick-off, getting Sunrise.
Good pressure, but they need to watch the map as well. Tyrant available for the taking, but they need to secure the resources. Positioning is super vital in this game because it's a barren base on the side of A.G.A.L.
And look at the base right now. It is not looking good coming in from A.G.A.L. An engage coming in from Eno gets a stream.
They get it onto 3, but Joy is looking to turn this. Yinuo gets knocked up. He's going to be pulled around. Do they have the damage? No, they don't, but they find Ron. Yinuo is going to limp away.
And still, they can't catch Snowy, and that's a huge problem. He's going to start working on the Shadow Tyrant. He has lifesteal to be able to do this, and the waves are crashing in every corner on the side of A.G.A.L. is in pain.
It is in pain, but A.G.A.L., can you fend off the final push here? Because once again, 19 minutes on the clock here. All these members coming in from both teams are starting to rack up the full item here. And look at his team fight here. Dino gets an initiation onto the side of Crane here, but Snowy was untouched the full fight. He was shooting down all these members of the side of A.G.A.L.
Yeah, a very early ultimate coming out from Shuai there. I think that was a lifesaver actually because they kind of deterred the side of TT Global from jumping in too deep. Because they have the damage, they don't really have to be too careful about the life. There isn't a lot of burst available on AG.
But look at the wave state right now. As we talked about, once it hits the 20-minute clock, these minions will start getting progressively stronger as the time goes on. But they are not allowing that to happen as the waves are slowly crashing from all 3 sides.
Oh, Zoe is falling a bit low. This time it's a pressurizing situation.
Yinuo gets knocked up. Ching is looking to just start this. They've got the pullback. Yinuo is very tanky though. The heal is going to be used on this one, keeping him alive. They're still going to stay under the tower. The Vanguards are there, but the Tempest Dragon is up.
The Scepters are hitting extremely hard coming in from Sheng right now. This Kaino has scaled towards the late game. 20 minutes on the clock. Tempest has been spawned. All these upgraded items, the Sky Dome, the Phantom has been clocked in for both teams.
Yes, this is a time where Sage's Sanctuaries are very important. You don't want to waste them unnecessarily. Eno does have one on his hand. Joy also has it. Snowy here needs to find a good positioning for the fight.
I have to see Eno here. He may be the key difference maker coming in from A.G.A.L. If he can find the ultimate flash onto Snowy, that may be game-breaking as Snowy does not have the flash.
Yeah, Flux is going to be used. They're going to be speeding up, just kind of, again, sticking together, which has been the biggest thing. A.G.A.L. not getting cut off one by one.
right? Sheng is going to be able to land those scepters, right? Every scepter is an additional advantage for their win probability, but Crane is hiding in the sideline.
Nice furball on the 4. Yuno still up in front. He's going to go back. Sunrise has to use Blood Rage, trying to out-heal most of this and just stay alive. Yuno taking so much damage, and he's sticking around. He's underneath. The passive is keeping at least Ching alive. They're going to be back. No, he needs to be careful. He's got that Heartlink. That Scepter barely missing on that one.
Yep, they don't need to over-aggress, right? TT Global, they have the map advantage. They just need to take this slow. Be patient about it. Enoa has not burned his Sage's Sanctuary yet. Snowy needs to be very careful of where he's standing.
But this Bai Chi, this Sun Bing is coming into fruition right now. So tanky, so little damage now coming in from TT Global. Yes, you have to show it, but it's a singular damage output. Who can realistically take down this team if Ron gets engaged on?
Yeah, Ching finds him, but it looks like Ron will get back to safety. He has that time flux. He's going to group up the rest of his team here.
Okay, so take a look at the positioning on the side of TTG. This is very vital. Crane, if he gets a very nice knockup along with Ching in collaboration, they will be able to kind of burst down the lineup of AG.AL. But for now, AG.AL, they have good positioning. They will push them away from the Tempest Dragon.
And Tempest Dragon has been started by AG.AL. They are under a ticking time bomb because look at the bottom wave. It is Super Minions pushing in, but Engage goes in.
It looks like they're going to go in. He gets a little bit serious. The favorite one is going to be used by Sheng. He will get back to safety, but Yunuo solo as well, but he's so tanky. He's sticking around TT Global, realizing that Tempest Dragon is still at risk. If they're going to continue on, at least poke and prod here.
Yep, the reset is going to be available. It's not a good situation. AG.AL, they have to figure something out. They need to clear the waves. This is, if they don't get the Tempest Dragon, it's a horrible situation to be in. There is a wave pushing in on the bottom side. They have sent Ron to try and deal with it.
Yeah, but TT Global are like kind of on the lower side, but they find 3. They're going to have a numbers advantage. They get the knock up. They find Sheng. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. He's going to come right back up. Yuno is going to be there as well. Sunrise is at half as well. With those scepters, it looks like they're going to back.
Yeah, it's a 4v5. They did manage to survive. Ron in charge of saving the game from the Winnians at this point. But still, it really is about positioning because it is not about timing. AG.AL, they can't survive a long, drawn fight here.
Exactly, the minions will be so strong as of that point, and Ron will take so much time to clear them. Right now, 23 minutes onto the clock. Baron base for AG.AL. Goal lead no longer matters as of this point. Sage Sanctuary will be the key difference maker coming into these fights. That's going to be happening real soon.
Tempest Dragon steps out of his lair. Sunrise is going to provide that vision. Yuno gets knocked up. He's going to go in for this one, gets the taunt on, but do they have the damage onto Joy? No, they do not. Crane is going to be here. The Fate Rhyme is going to be used as well. Ching now on the run. They find Crane. They get the pick, and this is a numbers advantage for AG.AL.
They should be able to do this if they play the cards right. Sunrise is still alive. He does have Smite though. He wants to take that Tempest Dragon out of the lair. Buy some time with the reset.
Yes, Snowy has been called out from division right now. AG has the superior map state right now. They have started this Tempest Dragon, but it will be a 50-50 between Sunrise and Zoe.
Ching looking to get serious, goes in, finds a blow up onto Ron. They get the kill onto Sheng as well. What an initiation! Absolutely on point. Ching continuing to chase on, gets the pick off onto Zoe, and TT Global looking to take this game.
Series in sight, it's gone like for the side of Snowy. It is all almost over by AG.AL. Slide the biggest brains, it is not enough. One man against the world as TT Global series point is gonna go into the hands for TT Global.
3-1 for TT Global. TT Ching with such a crucial backline access. He was the key difference maker.
Big game for the side of TT Global. Now guys, did you expect that? I did, but for AG.AL, what a surprise. They need more. And the confidence, like I said, game number 2, game number 3 has been shaken. This time, they need a quick recovery. Something needs to change.
Something needs to change, and the primary thing that we're looking at potentially has to be the draft and the early game, because Crane, my goodness, this man on the Maestro is so deadly in the early to mid phase.
Such an impact. He was always up in front, getting so many pickoffs, and the reason why they took down those T3s very early, they had a huge lead. All of that pressure made it difficult for AG.AL to even leave their base, and they couldn't even contest on that Tempest.
Exactly, and one of the things that you notice about the composition on the side of AG.AL is the fact that they like to group up, because that's where their strength comes from. And TT Global, they said, I understand this is your strength, so let me turn it into your weakness as well. A double-edged sword. If it goes well, A.G.AL crushes the entire team of TT Global as a death ball. But when you're caught out like this,
Wow.
Snowy, so much space, even though he got taunted. Eno, he can't do everything alone.
This fight, Ching decides to initiate 4 versus 5. Crane was down for 30 seconds. An absolute maestro in terms of initiation, but let's see what Isaac and the panel have to think about.
Woohoo! We've got ourselves such a great game right over there in the game 4. TT Global coming in control of the game since the early, mid, and late. But as we jumped into that Tempest Dragon, it was a 50-50, boys. I told everyone that if we moved over there, yeah, we were gonna make it to AG.AL. But TT Global, they did not allow the Tempest Dragon. They did not allow the fight. They just went in there and they want to take the trophy. Right now, it's a 3-1 advantage for TT Global. We're seeing AG.AL being put in a corner, and we're not used to this. How do you guys feel about all this after that amazing game, boys?
I don't think AG is also used to getting put in a corner like this. Being down 2 games, they're kind of getting flashbacks because last time they played, TT won, so they need to really start switching it up here.
Again, it's a different meta for them, right? But man, amazeballs. All I can say is that TT Global is playing it simple. Like, of course, you have AG with an interesting farm lane pick, a fighter farm lane pick. We were questioning it, but you kind of see it in the late game. Like, okay, they want to sustain game.
It does make sense.
They want the defense, right?
Yeah.
But for us, it was too late because Crane in this game, Crane was insane.
Yeah, of course.
It rhymes.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Crane was insane.
Crane was insane. 6-0 and 5.
That rhymes.
6-0 and 5. All he needs to do was dive.
Man, bro, that game, Sunbin is such a crucial pick.
Absolutely.
It got to 20 minutes where Isaac were in the back. We're like, oh man, like we're talking about how crucial Sunbin is. Because people are understanding like Sunbin's engage. The key of a Sunbin is ultimate and skill 2. The skill 2 allows you to engage so fast, and then people are worried about like the Baiqi pick or thinking about why Baiqi for Eno is because of engage timers, and you have the high note dishing out damage. The issue that I see in this game overall is that AG.AL reached their power spike way too late.
Yeah.
If they got to this point with one more high ground up,
of course,
this could be a completely different game.
And I think that was the problem, no? The problem was not like, okay, yes, they played for the late game, and then we made it to the late game. The problem in here is that since the early and the mid, they were very behind. There was a moment they were like 11 or 12,000 gold behind. Yeah. And you cannot expect that you're going to get to the late game with no waves, with no turrets, and still have the advantage.
Yeah.
I'd say that game here, let me break down the Baiqi pick a little bit more here. A lot of people are at home probably confused why Yinoa picked up the Baiqi here. From my perspective here, it's because they don't want to give TT a target. Look at TT. They have the Mei Yin, they have the Mai. You don't want to pick someone squishy, right, a traditional marksman, to just, give them a target to go ahead and assassinate. They pick the Baiqi, which is a good matchup. They can get the taunt on them that are melees and such. But when you pick a fighter in the marksman role, you really hamper your late game. Sure, this game went on really late, but I'd say they kind of lost it at like the 15, 16 minute mark. Yeah. If you don't win the game by then, you don't have a marksman, right? They have a show you a daybreak in hand, nailing you guys down from range, and all they really had was Heino, and that's not enough firepower in the late game.
I think that was one of the big problems in here, right? That Heino pick. That Heino pick, like before he could actually proc his ulti, he was already gone, burst out.
Yeah,
that was the problem. Like it was a problem not of sustainability, it was a problem with not even existing right over there. Not being able to use his ultimate just took away one of the shields that AG.AL was trying to capitalize on.
And I do feel that's the dilemma of this type of lineup that AG has. You got a lot of a laundry list to actually check for you to execute the early game advantage that you want. We get it, like the sustain and then the damage that they want. But then again, it was simple. It was simple HOK for TT Global. Get your marksman long range, get your assassin mid damage, get your utility tank jungle, and just snowball from there. Their problem first was Crane, right? Then again in the late game, you have Snowy, who is for me like so masterful with this type of backline type of heroes, like the Shoyue. perfect example.
Yeah.
Right? He doesn't need the snipe. He just needs the critical and the normal hits. The Gen.G, for example, that's why it got banned also. Like masterful usage of positioning yourselves to outplay your opponents.
It was a very interesting way how TT Global just played this game. And I know that Professor Dave wants to introduce us a little bit more about this, right? You got your tech ready right now, Professor
You ready,
Dave?
bro? You ready,
You know
bro?
what? May not be for exactly last game, but we have so much things to share, okay?
Go for it.
All right,
Go
let
for
me-
it, Professor.
let-
Go.
This entire series has been a master class to learn everything about it. And the first clip that we want to learn from is actually how it's a masterful of like tactics. First, you see on the minimap, you see like right now there is Zoe camping on the top side bush right there, right on the minimap, right there. He's camping. The top high ground tower is 1 HP. There are many different things that it could have gone down here. If there's more vision for A.G.AL side, he could have just go straight for the high ground tower and then just secure the high ground tower to get a team more advantage. But what he decided to do was to camp and find a better flank position for Hou Yi because they know the win condition for them in this game is somehow break into Snowy. So that's the plan. And let's quickly speed up, how he decided to do it. You can see he waits. He gets some kind of vision for the team. He took a look.
The patience in there, right?
Patience. And then here she finds them. But this is what Phil was saying about
Master Armor.
yes.
Buy and sell.
Instant buy and sell, right? Get the Sage Sanctuary, and he baits Zoe. Because he know like Zoe's gonna get to him, so he waited and he used a flash towards the team, right? So this way, Zoe, he eventually didn't get to find the kill.
Nope.
The team had to come in for the help, but at what cost, right? This is a 2-to-1 trade just to get to Snowy on the Hou Yi.
Snowy right over there, just in that moment that he just comes up, like it's again, immediate Blood Weeper, immediately just to come back and then you start just restoring health as well.
Absolutely. So, man, this is just like when you play and when you're behind in ranked game, you have to find those sneaky plays. And that's how you can possibly come back. The next play I want to talk about is how to juggle aggro. And this is featuring TT Global, right? Let's take a look at this AG.AL's engage right here. They're trying to find a flank. They know that TT is doing the Overlord, so they have the entire team try to camp around this bush area. But obviously TT Global noticed that, so look what they did. They started engaging, and you have a cluster of fighter right here. And Fatih, if I can zoom in on the screen right here, you have Fatih's position now looking to engage, like from the top side, right? He's looking at flank, and this is where the team fight becomes really fun. Look at Fatih going to the back line. This is one of feature. Obviously, there's a cluster of fights on this side,
Yes.
and Fatih going for the back line. But check out the aggro juggling. They're trying to fight together, and now you have Zoe try to flank. You have a front line here, and this three people fighting together. And this is one of feature. Check this out. The three people is kind of low. You might seem like, okay, this is a team fight for sure. The three are gone, right?
Yeah, of
in
course.
your head, the three are gone. But they are fighting. They're taking damage one after another, and eventually all three lived. Look, they baited this two, pushed this guys away, and then it's turned the attention onto the panda here. So let me go ahead and play. And this is how they got the comeback. So let's go ahead and find a play one more time. Check this out. Just when Zoe was engaging, you have instant turnaround. You have obviously Mengya push everybody away, and then they focus on Zoe. What a masterful aggro juggle. So if you can do this is why this team is so good. And that's it. In a team fight, obviously it's harder to explain with the Telestrator, but I gotta say, going home, learning how to bait out skill one after another, and then going to the team fight like this is how you improve your team to the next level.
Professor Dave, I did take a lot of notes. I hope that all of this content is going to be coming over there in the finals at the end of the semester. So thank you very much on that. Ladies and gentlemen, 3-1 TT Global on top of AG.AL. One more game and they're gonna go home with the trophy as champions of KWC 2025. Let's see what's gonna happen. We'll be back after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. That was like the shortest break ever, because just after that video from Dave, I was just kind of just putting together all my notes, and then it just did not make any sense. So I'm telling you, if that comes out in the finals, I'm not passing, man. I am really not passing this class.
It might be too complex for lesson 1, all right? So to my defense, you gotta clip that and go back and restudy it.
We got word from production. Dave has lost his telestrated privileges.
Don't worry, Dave. We forgive you. We forgive you.
It's all right, Professor. Not everyone has a great lesson all the time.
But to be honest, the top teams, how they juggle aggro is such a masterclass.
I'm telling you, yes.
Like, you can see everybody escaping with 1 HP, how they're able to survive that. That was insane.
Look at that, man. Like the whole people at home and in the arena are so excited about this game because of what you just explained, right? Like it's just the details in there, the quality of the game, like how they run and move around. Even for the players, look at her. She's going to lose her breath, man. Like she can barely just stand in there.
When you go ahead and play the game at the highest level, that means using your health as a resource, right? As Dave mentioned, they're juggling. It makes the fights interesting as well, too, right? Everyone's getting really low HP. It could go either way.
You know what? If ever AG gets a 3-1 comeback, they will cement themselves right now as the G.G.G.O.A.T.
Let's wait and see if that's going to happen. AG.AL, they have one more chance just to push this to the next game. TT Global, they want to snatch that ticket that's going to send them to the champions. AG.AL, TT Global, casters, take it from here, please.
A.G.A.L. One shot, one opportunity at this moment. They are 1 point to 3 of TT Global. Can they draft this winning game to try and get another point on the board, to try and get a reverse sweep here? I'm once again with Kindo Fu and Sagi. They're going to take us through the BP.
That's right, it's your favorite kind of tofu and TT Global. Let us remind you, series point. This one matters for TT Global fans. 让我听你们的叫声吧
Woohoo! Alright, going to draft A.G.A.L. Da-Qiao has been locked in for their side here. We might be seeing a Da-Qiao with a floorborne tank here, a standard meta composition that has been shown throughout the series here. On the side TT Global here, we are familiar with this pickup if you're coming in from a global team. Zhang Fei, Gen.G, a very standard early game team composition.
Okay, and right away we get the lane and the floorborne tank. This one we expected, maybe not the lane, but we have seen A.G.A.L. run. He wants to be aggressive. He has been put down onto the floor multiple times by his counterpart Ching on TT Global. Can he rise above?
If he does not rise now, he will never have a chance in this tournament. So he definitely has to find that moment right now. On the side, TT Global here, they lock in the Xiao Qiao.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a big one. Insane knockup, insane burst potential, but only if she has the lead.
Only if she has the lead. Well said, she needs so much items to be that front core carry that TT Global needs here. And going into the second phase ban here, TT Global, they are so targeting Yinor onto this draft here. Fuzi being banned out, they are aware. Yinor has the potential of playing this Fuzi farm lane.
Not only them, A.G.A.L. also places Ching now in their eyes. The Miyu has been banned. Actually one of the perfect answers against an Elaine. Both of them have that invulnerable ultimate to exchange, and they want to make it unfair advantage for Ran in that clash lane.
Exactly the case here. And Ching, from the previous game, he is on fire. He has had such an amazing performance here. We have to see if Ran can really get back the momentum onto this Elaine pick. And furthermore, as you mentioned, A.G.A.L. bans another clash laner.
No more Ching in your armor. A.G.A.L. they want to strike back. They want to strike back strong as well. TT Global gonna have that second last pick before A.G.A.L. gets to lock in their prior picks.
Their prior picks right now might be on the focus of selecting a jungler or a clash lane right now coming in from TT Global. They might be lacking a form of engager, be it the Monkey, being another clash lane, maybe potentially the Charlotte that has yet to be picked up by TT Global.
That's true. Charlotte would be a stab in the heart to the side of A.G.A.L. fans. But of course, we have to see TT Global. What is the strong pick? Do you get the jungle or the clash lane counter pick? It's going to be the clash lane counter pick because Menki will be the jungler for TT Global.
That is a very good hero being locked in here for TT Global here. A very consistent pick here to provide so much room for the Xiao Qiao, for the Gen.G here. On the side, A.G.A.L. here. You gotta think here, what is your late game answer here against the Gen.G and Xiao Qiao here? What does Yinor have in store for us and the audience?
Yes, A.G.A.L. already have a pretty decent answer, right? The lane will be able to access the backlines if given a choice. It kind of ignore the Zhang Fei, ignore the Menki front line, right? So TT Global, I think for them, it'll be smart to kind of get a counter engage. And here we go. A.G.A.L., a very strong, disruptive lineup. Marco Polo and the Lianpo, both of which can deal damage and disrupt at the same time.
I'm loving this Marco Polo coming in from Yinor here. A very decisive pick at such an important series marker here. And we get the Lu Bu being locked in here by Ching.
Debut pick, the Lu Bu comes out. This one, the Demon King is ready to make waves. Tremble Mortals. This time, TT Global, they want to finish the series.
They want to finish the series and they are eyeing on that KWC 2025 trophy. And this is their potential moment. But they are against A.G.A.L., the kings of KPL. This is their only shot to do so.
Yes, and this one, Lu Bu is going to be a very big pick because he deals true damage. And against a flowborn tank, it doesn't matter. Against a Lianpo, as long as every cleave hits you, it is one chunk of your health that's going to be gone.
That is so true here, but that is the good and bad of the Lu Bu pick here. If you do not hit your spell one, you lose out the bonus true damage here. So that's gonna be key here coming in from Ching onto this Lubu pick.
Okay, so the whole roles, you have to deal with the Thorns. Can they deal with the Thorn? That is TT Global.
That's exactly it. The BPs have been locked in. A lot of aggression, a lot of disruption between these two teams. But who is going to disrupt the best? Will it be the AG.AL? Or will it be TT Global going into what potentially could be match point?
Okay, so stock standard from both teams, right? They will play that farm lane matchup, the clash lane matchup as well. This one is a very skill-based, positioning-based matchup in the lanes for both teams.
But what's not normal here is Yinluo being swapped towards the mid lane here, mitigating the laning capability from Snowy on this Gen.G here. And to add on note to that, Zoe has decided to start from the farm lane here, and a lot of pressure has been confirmed onto this Floorborn tank.
Okay, they need to get this Fire Beak at the bottom here. This is where it's so important. The Smite not going to be available. Oh no!
It goes over to Snowy here as Zoe does not get the auto attack here, but Yinluo on AG.AL still gets a lot of farming tempo, a lot of room to scale on this Marco Polo.
So he did steal that ball, right? So this ball camp is actually feeding Yinluo quite a bit. He does have an advantage, slight one, albeit against Snowy. So for now, Snowy straight away boots of Fortitude to make sure he has physical defense.
Oh, you gotta see one thing's for sure here. Sunrise is slowly going towards level 4 here, and Zoe yet to clear his Azure Golem here. Sunrise definitely going to look at this invade.
Yes, he's going to be 4. He does have the Dream Roam, but no need to take extra risks, right? We already have that slight advantage. Actually, it's not that slight, it's about 600 gold.
Ooh, big poke here onto Zoe on this Floorborn tank here. So, spectators, if you're watching this game in the in-game map, check out and get that spectator gift, the KWC recall.
The poke potentially of the Xiao Xiao, man, it's just so crazy. Like, you think you're safe into the backline, like Shui there, and he just gets chonked down. I mean, Liam Po at low level is definitely going to be taking a beating here.
And good Xiao Xiao players kind of maximize the range, right? Because at max range, it does the double hit on you. And I think that's going to be a big game changer for the side of TT Global. For now, I think they can't catch Eno out, that much for now, but I think with the goal lead, they can kind of secure a couple of advantages across the map. 1,000 in the lead for TT Global.
That is a very healthy lead here coming in from TT Global, but good news here for AG fans, Tremble Mortals has been expended by Ching towards the clash lane here, so Ran on this lane has more room to breathe towards the mid game.
Okay, look at what Joy is doing. He's buying time by moving into the jungle on the side of AG.AL. He now knows the timing of that Crimson Golem, so let's see what they do with that information.
I'm liking what AG is doing here as well, right? They are making so much room for Yino to farm here. Ultimate has been popped towards the mid lane. Live from Riyadh on that screen here, fans are cheering for TT and AG.AL.
All right, put up your hands. And take a look at who is watching as well. BTK, they are looking to be the new kings. But for now, TT Global, well on their way to be on that throne.
On that throne, and look at Joy and Sly as they are looking to get control of the map right now. Crane steals away that Fire Phoenix camp. Right now, Snowy, Crane funneling farm towards each other, making sure that they have enough gold. Shun gets caught out.
Oh, the Bright Lair versus Wallaby. See if Vader's going to come in clutch. No! Shun gets taken down as well here. Shui maybe a little bit too late, but that 4-minute mark is going to keep that T1 alive.
Not exactly the best situation. Shui did burn out his flash as well. So this is a fight I think AG.AL might not be in favor for the Tempest, for the Tyrant.
Snowy is so on point right now. That flash ultimate coming in from the Gen.G really caught Shun off guard. And the follow-up damage was just so clean coming in from TT Global.
Okay, positional advantage for the side of TT Global. Joy does not have his passive yet, so there is a chance for a steal.
Chance for a steal here. We do see Zoe into the backline. Dream Roam does actually commit onto it, but it's going to be stolen by AG.AL. The crucial kill theft is going to give AG.AL that extra damage in the early game.
Yino comes in clutch, gets the resplendent forward, steals away the crucial Tyrant of this potential elimination game. Look at the potential motivation coming in from Shui. He's looking to give rotational advantage towards Yino.
And it's a double whammy because Yino did not have to burn out his Purify, right? So he still gets to keep his common spell, and now AG.AL in fighting shape.
in fighting shape. Indeed, look at Yino here. He is scaling so well. He's already finished up the Doomsday here. He is gonna be a menace. So much damage onto Sunrise and Ching because they are building HP.
Smart choice, right? Most players on the Marco Polo, they go for the Spark Forge Dagger first because they want to clear the ways faster. But Eno knows that TT Global wants to fight. And fighting against Ching on the Liu Bu as well as Sunrise on the Menki, you need percentage health damage.
I have to agree with you, and once he gets that Doomsday, he's working towards the Sparks Forge. He's gonna be getting this Crimson Golem here. More damage goes towards his first spell, Resplendent Revolver.
All about the fighting. The first itemization, core item coming out from Sheng as well is a Mass of Agony. Also, hang on.
Okay, Joy having to use the Unbridled Outburst there just to keep away the bot side of the map. But I mean, we kind of see here that Jing and Crane are looking to try and push that T1 as well. Sunrise waiting in the wing, using the Dream Row just to maybe try and push away Sean.
They don't want to put them away so they can put pressure on the T1 on the top. But unfortunately for them, Ran is already there. So A.G.A.L, they survive.
They survive and they are looking pretty decent in towards this early game here. Look at damage from Yino right now. Doomsday with the Crimson Golem. He's hitting hard right now as A.G.A.L. They're looking mad confident in looking for this Azure Golem take.
Not ideal for them. They jump in from the side of Zoe as well. They're looking for an opening, right? Because Joy is so low.
Yeah, Solo as well as obviously, Joy here, obviously having to use the Leaping Saber into the T1 territory, but we are getting a fight on two fronts. Tremor Smash having to be used here by Shuai to actually get out of that team fight.
Still okay. Now, it is going to be the mid lane clear. Will they want to chase? It's just information for searching for the side of Sunrise, looking at what is available for the taking.
It's just exchanging information, getting the vision game set up right now. Goal lead is decent for TT Global here, but I gotta say, A.G.A.L has decent scaling as well on Sheng, onto Eno, and onto Ran.
Okay, they need to protect the T1. I think Ching might not make it there in time. But in exchange, they get the T1 at the bottom, which is great for Snowy.
And look at how they're trading maps right now. They know for a fact that both sides are looking to exchange the turret. They exchange the Crimson Golem as well. But look at the top side right now. Liu Bu, ultimate's in.
1v3, the backup's coming.
Yeah, backup is here. Obviously, the depth, the down Sunset is going to be landing in onto Crane. He does get taken down there by Ran, but intercepted into the back line is going to be Sunrise with that Dream Roll. A lot of damage coming from Snowy here. Shuai goes down. Zoe, Shang looking low, but it's going to be the Sea of Fate that saves Zoe for now.
The Sea of Fate bails out Zoe. It's a 1-for-1 trade in favor of A.G.A.L as they trade the Roamer for Crane, the Xiao Qiao mid lane here coming in from TT Global here. AG's Eno looking headman strong right now. He has a lot of gold in his pocket.
Totally agree. That's the best trade you want if you're on the side of A.G.A.L, right? At the same time, Snowy is out of mana. He does not have anything besides the Crimson buff, and he can't exactly fight here.
And we're looking at the goal lead real quick coming in from both teams here. It is just a small marginal difference here, especially towards the mid lane only here. So I would say both teams are dead even as of this point compared to Game 2 and Game 3.
I think it all comes down to this mid T1, right? Whichever team gets the T1 first, which, TT Global, they're looking for an opening. They want to get the kill so they have some space. The 4v5 advantage, that's what both teams are looking for.
And I'm loving this Marco Polo here. He's having so much side lane control here. Ultimate has been popped by the Da Qiao here to transport Eno towards the mid lane for this potential fight.
Okay, Sunrise, he gets information. It is more important to get the neutral objectives. They can clear the wave at the bottom T1 as well. Joy, keeping eyes. And the call from A.G.A.L so clean. Let's not give a care about the war about this Tyrant. Let's split push.
The split push, but right now they have to put focus back towards this Crimson buff as Eno, look at where he's going. He's looking to secure the top one onto this map here. Zoe gets a smite in, bails out with Sea of Fate here. Double value coming in from A.G.A.L. They secure both of the Crimson Golems.
They're blocking them. They want to get a T2 on the top. It is all about Ran. How much damage can he do to this T2? At the same time, TT Global caught in between, lying in wait. And he may be hunted this time if there's not enough support.
That is a very beautiful rotation and macro play here coming in from AG. Utilizing the Sea of Fate, utilizing the ultimate coming in from the Da Qiao here, getting so much value onto the map, getting so much mutual objectives.
He's melting Sunrise. This is the benefit of having a Marco Polo with the Doomsday as well. And he does have the Crimson buff, so there is a potential of a great fight for the side of A.G.A.L.
And they are looking to knock on this tier 1 tower here. Yino puts so much damage onto the side of TT members here. Rotation goes towards the chain here, but TT Global, they're looking to assist their clash lane.
AG.AL, they're so smart, right? TT Global, they always give them the choice, hey, who do you want to kill on my side? And AG.AL now poses the same question, but with turrets, with the map. Which lane do you want to defend?
I mean, for AG.AL, they're just utilizing the map stage so well. Eno's roam and gun on this Marco Polo is paying dividends, and it is paying well. But Shadow Tyrant will be spawned on the map here, but Ching gets forced his ultimate out.
Treble Ball has been committed, and the door to the depth is going to be through as well. Depth on Sunset, if we are trying to get the kill here onto Ching, but then the lockdown is going to be going onto the opposite side of AG.AL. Ron picks up the kill. Once again, they're looking to contest this Shadow Tyrant into the back line. It's going to be Shuai just keeping them away, but Sunrise is just there, but it resets, unfortunately, for the side of TT Global.
It's a 2v5. They can't win this for sure. TT Global, they have to be really careful. Ron, he might be able to jump in.
Oh, using that dream roll defensively, that's going to be scary for the side of TT Global. I mean, Inouye is going crazy, he's online, and the damage is really hurting now.
Eno is definitely feeling extra confident right now. He's doing so much, making so much room for the side of AG.AL in this team compositions right now. Sunrise and team, they're looking to contest this Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, the CFA being used there to take Shrong back to base as they're just trying to make sure they can maintain the provocation from the Tyrant at this point of the game. It is the Shadow objectives that are on the board right now. Zoe, Shrong, and Shui all in that bot side of the pit.
Yeah, but they're playing the map. AG.AL, look, it's so smart. Once again, this play was what got them the win against TT Global in their own server. And right now, it is a lost cause for the side of TT Global.
And look at the top side right now coming in from Ryan. He's looking to push down that tier 3 here. Once the Lubu spawns on his top side, we will be seeing an ultimate coming in from Sheng to spawn him onto this map right now. We are looking at an exceptional map play here coming from AG.AL.
They're pulling them in every single direction, and TT Global, they look lost. And what happens? Inouye helping to secure this 10-minute Shadow variant. Hang on.
There's the ultimate from Xiao Xiao. Is going to do enough burst damage onto the back of the AG.AL, but no run into the back line there. It's going to be the depth to the depth as well onto this back line of AG.AL. TT Global right now are looking a little bit worse for wear. Ching goes down. This is not looking good.
This is not looking good indeed, and look at the map state right now. Eno, he knows for a fact that the fight is over. He's so good at finding these resources, and AG.AL with that fight secured the Shadow Tyrant. 3 kills from TT Global. They cement a 4,000 goal lead.
Yeah, this is typical AG gameplay, right? They make you choose, and once you choose wrong, you're gonna die.
Yep, there it is once again. Access into the backline, just really showing how impressive Ron is on this lane. Just drive them away from that T3 and get the objective. Don't care about the kill.
Yeah, this series is not over yet. Hang on, he has to run for his life.
He does, but I mean, right now, they could obviously still use the either Whirlpool if they really needed to. They have kept it there. They're just making sure they've got a safe bet for Inouye to get out of that.
And just look at the goal difference here coming in from Inouye here. The roam and gun play style coming in from Inouye is paying dividends, and it is paying so sweet and well here. 10,000 onto the board here for this Marco Polo.
It's about 1,000 ahead between each lane and each row, and this is a difficult situation for TT Global. And now AG finally, for the first time in 4 games, they are having the lead.
Once again, as we talked about this, AG.AL, you can never count them out. Their experience, their achievements brings them thus far, and right now they are looking eyes sharp in this game number 5 of a best of 7 series.
They have no answers, right? Sheng on this star chart is just making them play the map, and TT Global looks so lost. They can't make the correct decisions, and when they can't decide, this is where AG.AL pounces.
They are pouncing, and look at Joy. He is almost close to the unbridled outburst. A resplendent revolver heads towards his face. He's going extremely low, but right now they're just fighting for the map as Zoe secures their Shadow Overlord.
Not a good situation for the side of TT Global. AG.AL fans, they're happy with this. They want to see them win, and this time is an advantage you cannot ignore.
You cannot ignore the mid-wave goes into this tower as AG.AL has the supreme wave domination here. Zoe goes for a small push.
The unbridled outburst does catch onto the backline here as well, but it's going to be obviously Ron into the backline of TT Global with the help of Shuai. We see the other Whirlpool being placed out into the mid lane, and Ron is finally getting taken down, but it's going to be that pressure just creating the illusion here for AG.AL.
What happened to that confidence? What happened to that composition? Ron now down, 5 members still alive on the side of TT Global. They will be able to deal with the threat from that Shadow Overlord and Vanguards.
That is a good defense play here coming in from TT Global here. Snowy surviving the insane dive coming in from Ron and Swipe without even burning the flasher. That is good news for TT Global.
Yeah, TT Global, they make that recovery. Snowy now catching up a little bit, still 1,000 behind Enor, but Enor already at 12, close to 12,000. He should be 6 slotted. He has the Crimson Buff. This is a great fight. If AG.AL can recompose their positioning.
They are looking to recompose and they force away TT Global's attempt onto this mid-tier 1 here. Look at the map state right now. Shadow Tyrant is about to be spawned another time onto the map. If you look at Yinor, he knows for a fact that he is so strong onto this side. Like he is bullying everyone coming from TT Global.
AG.AL, they need to be very careful about the timings here, right? If they allow this game to go into a Tempest Dragon game, it might be that 50-50 chance that TT Global are looking at.
I have to agree with you. Look at the damage dealt here coming in from Snowy. 110,000 on this Gen.G. As long as he doesn't falter towards AG.AL's dive composition, he will always out-damage Yinor.
But looking at the map composition, AG.AL, they have definite superior map control. They're going in.
Yep, Zoe going in is going to be able to get the takedown onto the damage output of TT Global right now. Obviously just using that moon slash into the backline as well, keeping them away, but also having that CC immunity here. Ron is staying very safe for now, but Shui just looking to try and keep them away. The sunrise onto the backline of AG.AL.
So smart. AG playing the same thing again, poking and prodding, right? They don't go for the kills. The kill is a bug. And what happens? Now you're bombarded by all those super minions on the top, on the bottom. AG.AL looking strong in this game.
And the waves are coming in towards the mid lane of this final tier 3 towers here. Sunrise might look for an engager as Zoe goes in.
Yeah, over the deck once more being committed. Once more is going to be AG.AL claiming that high ground. The Tremble Mortal into the backline here. It's going to make sure that Ching is not going to be able to get back to his team without dying here. The true damage not going to come through here for Ching as well. But the takedown of Inwa is going to be crazy. But with no T3s, this is going to be a hard defense for TT Global.
It's okay coming in from TT Global as they secure a kill on Yino. Check out this replay real quick. Tremble Mortals misses. Yino is looking for the pounce on the backline here. Goes for the ultimate but gets cancelled almost immediately coming in from TT Global. Expends a lot of spells here. That is so much resources expended by AG.AL.
I get the idea of Ching's ultimate, right? He was expecting everyone to flash on the side of AG to go back, right? But unfortunately, AG.AL, for them, too smart, too composed, they did not commit the flash, and Ching outplayed himself in that one.
A big brain play coming in from both sides, I have to say, is the true explanations here. But as you mentioned here, TT Global, a barren base, no towers. But we've seen this before. Games like this can go towards the 20-minute mark.
Zoe, his positioning is the same way they lost one of these games. He cannot allow himself to be shown. I have the Whirlpool summon.
Oh, the collapse onto Crane though. I mean, they are picking up the price prior of TT Global and then back onto the backline of AG.AL. They get the same sanctuary up, but it is going to be that huge ultimates from the side of AG.AL. The Tremor Smash, the Death on Sunset. So much claim here.
And it's an ace for the side of AG.AL. They come back swinging, and right now with a wave in the middle, AG.AL looking for the equalizer. 2-3.
Minions are marching in, and they are eye strong in bringing us to a pivotal game number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to game 6.
Woo! I mean, all the fans wanted this. AG.AL, it looked like they had a lot of trouble adjusting to the playstyle of TT Global. But finally, we get this. AG.AL, bang your drums!
This is why you can never count out AG.AL. They are such a strong team, so experienced, so many achievements here. They are calm, composed, and these are the moments where they show up the most.
It really is about the map control, right? The KPL Titans are showing you how to play peak HOK. Number one, you don't have to do all the work. Let other people do the hard work. Come in for the crucial kill theft.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was that really kind of set the pace here for AG.AL was that crucial kill theft, right? I mean, Inuwa getting that just meant that that early game had so much damage going over to to their side, but it's then just down to the draft as well, right? Like the fact that Marco Polo is just so combative against Monkey Pig is crazy. And obviously Crate Buff as well, they were claiming it's going to be a 4-3 to AG.AL, so that's what they want. That's what they're looking to get here.
And that is what our viewers want as well. They want to see the ultimate battle potentially being unfolded at this stage, at the grand finals of Amazon Arena for this KWC 2025.
Yes, it's something that's so beautiful because if you watch KPL, they have a saying, right? They say 让三追四, which means to give you 3 games and we'll win 4 in a row. And if AG.AL are gonna win KWC 2025 in that fashion, can you imagine the eruption in the fans?
I mean, speaking of eruption, he's not on the analyst desk, but we're going to throw it over to them anyway and see what they think of this one.
AG.AL in an AG.AL fashion, taking one victory that puts them closer to the comeback, right? Everyone thought, you know what, it might not be their day, but they came in and they proved us wrong. They came in and showed us how AG.AL can take control of this. They have played so many best of 7s, and they know they're not strangers to being behind, and they're going to come in and they're going to show to us how it's actually done. AG.AL taking that victory, amazing. We saw Dave just taking the chef's kiss right over there. It was actually, that last fight was insane.
Absolutely here. As you mentioned, this is a marathon, not a sprint, right? While TT had that really good momentum going, now AG.AL is kind of finding their footing here. I would like to mention, though, TT did a pretty economical draft there. You know what's economical? Because there's a lot of characters I like on their team, like the Lubu.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Lubu right in this whole KWC 2025.
So.
It was the first time. First time that we saw that Lubu in there.
I kind of want to say it's kind of like the key to the victory also for the side of AG.AL because their lineup was faster actually and the lineup of TT Global was super slow, maybe because of the Lubu plus the Xiao Kiao combination. We fully understand why they chose this, but then again, look at this. Yinuo, guys, he finally got the chance to play his game with the dashes and everything of this Marco Polo, dead staring, like locked in to do the clap back and the comeback of this game.
You know,
But have you seen, just as we look at the screen, have you seen that the most critical fights always come at this time? 17:30, 18, 18:30. Because nobody wants to push it for the Tempest Dragon. They decide, you know what, it has to be right over here.
man, in this team fight, Zoe's position was next level.
Yes.
He hid next to red buff bush for like, I don't know, a good minute. And it let everybody pass through, Lubu pass through. Nobody noticed he was there. And just when they find out exactly where Xiao Qiao was, they find, oh, this is a crane. They went in, flanked the backline, instantly one-shotted him, and then clean up the rest of the team.
You're going to see here, TT's lineups are often revolving around Snowy here. Look at that damage dealt. It's really hard for him to play the game here when he has Marco Polo jumping on him, he has that lane jumping on him, 2 tanks on him. He doesn't get the room to really play.
Yeah, and actually they don't have the ability to have a kill threat also because of Shang Zero. I would like to commend the Dakyo on this one. Like we fully understand the stun on the Lubu and the rundown, of course, with the Menki and everything. But of course, with the teleportation skill of the mid laner of AG, it was indeed the difference maker of this game.
I'm telling you, I agree with Manjin when we said that Shang was one of the key moments, was one of the key persons, to make AG.AL be able to take 1 point back. Shang over there with that performance, just understanding the tempos of the game, right, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the teleportation. By the way, now we're mentioning Da-Qiao.
Yeah.
Did you notice Floatborne Tank played by TTG as well as AG.AL is 100% win rate. They do not lose on these. It's actually quite insane. We had a 0%, right?
For
all the other teams outside of TTG and AG.AL. And they show us something completely different. That's why we want to take our notepads and start taking some notes and seeing how this character is played. The Da-Qiao as well as the Floatborne Tank. Even though the early game, they had such a horrible opening. But nonetheless, the resilience, the combos, the power of the combos showed off and they won the game.
They won the game because at the end of the day, it's about it of decisions. It's a matter of the communication. Just being able just to have the synergy that would allow them just to fight as one. And I know that Phil has a point on that from the previous game, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Here we go again, bro. Okay.
Oh,
Since
let's go.
Dave has lost his telestrated privileges, has returned to his rightful owner as we go ahead and
All right,
describe-
let me hold this for you.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Let's get started here. We're on here. This is going to be a very simple concept, all right? Nothing complex, nothing to get confused on here. Look here. This game drawn out really long, 22 minutes. Tempest is up. Everyone knows Tempest Dragon wins games. Let's watch what happens here, all right? Because of the early game advantage that TT has created here, you see, look at the base of AG here. They have no
there's your
towers
zoom
left.
in.
Yeah.
Because of that, we see all these elite minions pushing up. That is moving this Byron all the way towards the bottom side there, and they're forced to not have a favorable position for the fight. And once they go ahead and have the Byron go ahead and clean up the wave, TT goes here and forces the fight with the
That
furball.
moment over there.
And it's just that simple. You know, it's nothing too complex. This is just goes down to, it's a numbers game.
It's a matter of communication, right? Because in the
Yes.
moment that they have eyes on the Byron just being in the high ground, that is the moment when they say, like, just push. Go for
Pull
it.
the trigger.
Yep.
And it's a win-win for them. If Byron doesn't go, those minions will chip down, maybe even take down the crystal of them. And if he does go, they get to force a favorable fight here in this 4v5.
Now, I want to also give credit to AG. The
Yes.
amount of resilience, although it's a 5v4, and then to Phil's credit, that's a very important point. Honor of Kings is all about number advantage when
Agreed.
team fights. And AG somehow hold their ground
Yeah.
in that specific team fight. And just in the very last game as well, despite the horrible early game, they stay cool and collected, right? With Marco Polo, Eno stealing that crucial Tyrant. I think that turned around
That
the
swung
whole
the
game.
game.
Around,
That
yeah.
swung the
Yeah.
early game for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I would like to commend of course, the endurance of AG.AL and the mindset that they have in this game. Again, this is not new to them. They're champions for a reason. And again, going back to my point, if they manage to actually push this to an ultimate battle and probably like get the victory or just push it to the limit, they're gonna. I do believe they're the greatest of all time.
I'm telling you that everybody wants to watch an ultimate battle, but the TT Global fans. The TT Global fans, they just want this like, no, we don't want no ultimate battle. Just send us right now to get the trophy and that's it. But I know that everyone else around the world watching right now our live, they want to see that Game 7. Because in that Game 7, we could see interesting matchups that we don't get to see every day. But now, before we move into Game 7, we need to move into Game 6. Game 6 is one of the hardest games that you can play because of the VP. It just gets so deep. It gets so hard for the coaches to make decisions that it's going to come down to who set the chessboard in a better way.
Absolutely. There's still a lot of draft strategies available for both sides. There's still a lot of really good picks. Lady Sun still
Lady
hasn't
Sun,
been
yeah,
used.
yeah.
Gen.G still hasn't been used. And by the way, the signature hero for Eno Arlie still has not been used.
I doubt it's going to be used, though, to be
I don't
honest.
think that TT Global is going to allow it, right?
I kind of feel it really depends on the side though. Like if TT Global has the blue side, they can actually like steal the early pick. If I'm not mistaken, like Snowy hasn't got a chance to use it as well. Even the Loong, if I'm not mistaken, is still free for TT Global. So the side selection here will definitely matter. If they go like the red side again, they will permaban the early for sure.
That's one of the beautiful things about Game 6, right? Like it depends if you're in the blue or you're in the red, it's just going to make a completely different decision, right, Phil?
Something to note is since TT actually lost last game, they get side selection here and one of the most important games here. So depending on what they want in their draft, first or second pick, you know, they can take one or two, they go ahead and have that option.
No, to your point, Phil, with Coach Jojo now having the power of the side selection.
Oof, that is
oh
a big
my
buff.
God.
That is a gigantic buff for
Yeah,
TT Global,
yeah.
right?
Dude,
That might be why we saw some more economical picks last game, sizing up for this next game here coming up.
you know, the entire series, we're just studying what does this specific ban or pick mean?
Yeah.
It's such a masterclass on draft. I think going back, I'm going to take a few hours just to go back and look at every single game's draft because it's so good.
And Yixing is actually open to all throughout this all throughout this series. They rather like they would rather prioritize the Nua or maybe an Angela. Maybe I'm not gonna be surprised if we're gonna see yet another Angela game for this.
You know, these drafts are so complex and so confusing because these players are able to literally play every single character.
Anything. You give them whatever hero that they want and they're going to create a composition just out of nothing, right?
Yeah, and guys, for those who did not know, A.G.AL. Sheng has one of the highest hit rate with Frost skill 2. and that hero is still available.
Still available, Princess Cross.
wow.
Kong Ming also is still available for the mid laner. So I really want to see this draft right now.
So many different options. Ladies and gentlemen, is it going to be TT Global taking that victory and then just going for the totem where they can input their key? Or is it going to be A.G.AL sending us to the ultimate battle? This game is going to be electrifying.
Yeehaw!
Casters, take it from here.
A.G.AL were able to strike back, but have the tide shifted enough for them to get themselves back into this series, Kindofu?
I don't know. This one is so close. Everyone, even in the live audience as well as the chat, everyone's asking, make it 3-3. We want that ultimate battle.
The ultimate battle is what we want to see here, but TT Global does not want that to happen. If they have a shot, they have one more shot at here to close out the series in a 4-2 fashion here. So, coming into the pick and ban here, we talk about that early. That hero is not getting the daylight it deserves.
Oh, this one is so painful. You have a Long on the side of TT Global. There is a big burst potential, but A.G.AL, I like this response. The Dharma and the Yuan, two of the most picked heroes in KWC, and maybe this is their ticket into that ultimate battle.
For our KPL teams here, it is not just about the experience, it is also about the adaptation, because this meta is entirely new in terms of the drafts and hero power towards them here. So being able to pick up this Dharma and Yuan on the side A.G.AL, that means a lot. But that Zhuangzi from TT Global,
I just got punched, dude. It's a Zhuangzi pick. This silences and mutes the Dharma. We've already seen how well this pick goes. And A.G.AL, they say, okay, never mind. We will back it up with a Musashi. We're going to try and chase this Long down.
we're trying to chase that Long down here. We're looking at so many engaged potentials here coming in from A.G.AL's lineup here. If you have only one butterfly effect coming in from the side of TT Global Zhuangzi here, you cannot mitigate two engages coming in from A.G.AL.
Exactly. A.G.AL, very smart band here, taking out the Jing. They don't want that instant burst potential because that's still available for the side of TT Global. So one big burst hero in the form of Lung. What else do they have in their pockets?
They still have the Charlotte in their pockets here because we know for a fact that Ching, in the previous few games here, he has been so crucial towards the team here. If he can get his hands onto that Charlotte, that could be big.
And also A.G.AL, they actually have a hidden strength in the first skill of Musashi. The illuminating slash will be able to cancel things like the Lady Jun ultimate, the flaming palms from Lung, and even that first skill from Zhuangzi as well. So a lot of potential of turnaround if A.G.AL time their skills right.
That will be a very heavy responsibility here coming in from Zoe's Musashi. If he times it well, that's going to be mitigating a lot of damage output coming in from TT Global here. Look at the bans here. A lot of the focus here from A.G.AL is towards the jungle, is towards the farm lane here. Same goes for TT Global here. The mid and farm lane has been targeted as well.
Okay, so do you pick up the Hoi if you're A.G.AL? No, have they picked up the Hoi yet?
No, Hoi is still up and available for A.G.AL here, and that will not be the case here as we get another Xiao Qiao for A.G.AL. Will we see success in this game?
Great answer, right? Okay, why is this such a great answer? Because you force Zhuangzi to use her ultimate early. Like Xiao Qiao has great range, her second skill knockup is gonna force you to use your ultimate on Zhuangzi because there's too much damage for the follower.
Exactly the case, right? So we have to see here, going down to this draft here, we are at game 6 here, kid. Lesser and lesser heroes are available, especially we are not talking about the usual ones we're seeing here. When we go down to game 6 here, that's where the big boys come out, that's where the rare pick comes out.
There's no more options left for the side of TT Global. You need a tank, something, and okay.
Oh,
wow,
Lanling!
Super greedy. The Prince of Lanling, a debut pick in KWC. What may be the success marker for TT Global?
We have the meme here, ladies and gentlemen, Lanling versus Xiao Qiao here. We know for a fact that Lanling is exceptionally good in hunting the Xiao Qiao players here. So we have the Guan Yu as well here. So that's a lot of back backline access here coming in from TT Global here. And for AG.AL, we know for a fact that the Shoyu has been locked in here. More late game firepower.
Okay, both teams, when they play in the KPL, their average game times are roughly around 15 minutes. And for Soye, that's a beautiful timing because that's when his full power spike comes. So TT Global, they've equipped themselves with what they feel is the best. AG.AL as well. Who is going to come up on top?
Who is going to come on top? We have to figure out between these two contestants here because it is going to be a cat and mouse chase between these two lineups.
It's going to be actually crazy indeed. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted going into Game 6. You were talking about the fact that the players are kind of going deep into the hero pool, and to get some of these picks, it's going to be interesting going in because, of course, the Prince of Lanling, all eyes are going to be on this hero.
For sure. Debut pick, you want to have 100%. I mean, okay, for the stat nerds, it's either 100 or 0.
It is 100 or 0 here. Let's talk a bit onto the winning conditions of both teams here. For TT, it's simple. The heroes on your team, Lanling and Guangyu, you find Shouyue and Xiaoqiao here. Same goes for AG. You need to make sure they are staying alive here and you remove the threat Snowy on this long.
And Sunrise can kind of bait out a lot of skills on the side of AG.AL.
He's going to be able to bait. I mean, that's going to be the biggest thing. But of course, this is Grand Finals, Game 6, match point for TT Global going up against AG.AL. Do they have enough firepower to bounce back and to make it go to the ultimate battle?
They need that firepower right now. Both sides, their fans, TT Global fans, are ready for the series win, their first ever KWC trophy.
That trophy is indeed what these two teams are eyeing right now. Sunrise here gets a small jungle camp steal here, but Zoe gets the major of the camp here. Look at the cheer here. TTG, 5 players stronger together, further than ever.
They need to get this steal, and it does not happen for the side of AG.AL, so they do protect that first camp in the bars, but Snowy falling a little bit low here.
Snowy is decently low here, so that control of the fire beak here, that spawns only one time in the game, goes over to the hands of AG.AL here, and this Shouyue, the snipes are hitting hard.
Yes, this is why you make that first rotation, right? As a mid laner, you want to have the 3-man advantage, push them away, get that initial neutral objective, of which AG.AL has hit the point and hit the marker.
And that is especially important here. If you get that marker here, you allow this Xiaoqiao onto Sheng, this Shouyue onto Yino to really scale towards the late game here. That is what you need. You need them to have all these resources.
And talking about resources, King's Fight redeemed that one, 4,000 EXP for your Honor Pass. Oh, I want that as well.
Head to the community tab in your settings, hit that CD key button, and 4,000 Honor Pass EXPs will be yours, just like the Wild Boars being stolen away by Sunrise.
Okay, Sunrise, he makes a trade. There is a potential for him to come in. They know that he's around. They don't know where just yet. And maybe Ran in danger.
Ran here smells out the potential danger here, returns back to his tower here as we see a 1v1 here between Snowy and Yino here. So far, game is looking really, really close in this early game.
I think, you know, it just depends, you know, how many snipes can he land onto Snowy before the actual engage, right? That is going to be a determining factor. Sheng looking for the knockup.
Sheng looking for the knockup here, does not get the knockup here, might be forcing out the infinite facets here. It has been forced out.
Yeah, but the backup is coming on the side of TT Global. They realize that, hey, this is not the point. The snipe does not make the count for now, but we're still safe on the side of TT Global.
Well, rinse and repeat is what AG needs to. One more time that happens, and Snowy might be in danger as this fight might break out topside.
Yeah, but Sunrise is going to be spotted out. The spider senses are tingling. They know something is astray, but they do have a numbers advantage. They will use this to potentially go for the Sprite, and they do.
Yeah, backup is coming though. We'll be looking for the opening. Forced back by Shuai, a nice stun, and Ching now has the back off. That health bar not looking too healthy.
It is not healthy, and one thing we have to know for AG.AL, we've seen they picked up these Shuai's Yuan here, but they do not go for the traditional the tank build. He loves to go towards that magic tank build of this Roam Yuan.
Okay, I think it's a good build, right? I will disagree in the earlier parts of group stages, but now you have to go all in.
It is time to go all in, right? It is game number 6 here. If you don't go all in here, there will not be an ultimate battle for the potential blind pick here.
Yep, AG.AL playing the map so well, right? So they get a space sprite on the top, they amplify and enhance the farming rate of Zoe, who is at level 7. He hit 7 before Sunrise, and this is going to be a cause of concern because Sunrise, while he is going for a tank, he's not as tanky as Zoe on this Musashi.
I have to agree with you, so we have to see here what is the backline access here coming in from both teams here. Whoever pulls the trigger and finds the correct engages will be the one to dictate the game, as game number 6, Tyrant, has been spawned onto the map.
Okay, first Tyrant of the game. It's about the damage.
Two-man stun. Snowy taking a lot of it. He needs to go to the skies, and he's going to get on back. Sunrise rolls out with the wild win from downtown. Hits him from downtown, and they're going to continue on. They're going to get Crane as well.
It's a double kill coming in. A third one maybe.
They might go for it, but ride the wind, pushing him back. It will create a little bit of space, but the Tyrant, again, still the next big target for AG.
Yino comes up huge with the smite here, getting Sunrise out of the map here. This is the early game we want to see from the Kings of KPL. AG.AL gets the Tyrant in their pockets.
So do they explode this lead? Because at 2 kills already, they're leading by about 1,500 gold. And there is no way to slow down the jungling rate on the side of Zoe.
I have to agree, but right now we have to see one thing's for sure. With that kill, with that Tyrant here, who's on board right now? Sheng on Xiao Xiao, Yino onto this whole E here. They are looking really, really fresh. Look at Yino here, holding that 600 gold lead over Snowy.
Already has the Eternity Blade, right? This is the maximum critical item on the side of a Shoyue. And he's hitting this power spike very early in the game. Zoe, he's not going to care about this.
Yeah, Zoe actually just being a little bit aggressive, but he's going to walk into Sunrise. It goes duel to death on this one, but they're going to shake that one off. You know what? Pick it up, Ching up from afar.
It's a difficult position to be in because you can't stop him, and when you can't stop this guy, he's gonna reach that late game itemization so quickly. They have no answers.
They have no answers, but we have to look at TT Global's change here. He might be the solution that TT Global will be needing towards the later stages of the game here. But as we mentioned here, AG.AL fans, they are exceptionally happy right now as AG.AL holds a 2,000 healthy goal lead.
Yeah, they all come from all these little camps, clearing the waves early as well, and the turrets, right? So the turret T1 on the bottom already taking a fall, and TT Global has not responded well at all. Take a look at the T1s across the board. AG.AL in the pink of health.
Yeah, but the teleport in the bottom lane, Ron will be there to deal with just Snowy. He was kind of chipping away at that T1. Right now, it's all about that space, taking advantage of what AG.AL are giving you.
Yep, AG.AL, they need to push and make sure that TT Global does not hit that growth. Right now, they're stifling their growth. It's about a 2,500 goal lead for the side of AG.AL.
But AG.AL, as we mentioned, this team knows how to make their economy work, and right now it is working for them exceptionally well. Look at the difference between these two jungles here. Zoe is so far ahead of Sunrise as of this point.
I mean, it's a huge deficit for Sunrise to have to come back from. He's the main target on getting to the backline and to get on top of. You know, it's not going to be easy, especially since you're so far behind.
And the main concern here is Joy's not going to be able to tank too much. And when that is a problem, it means there's access for Sheng, access for Ran, more importantly, access for Zoe.
That is the case here, and look at the potential catcher towards the mid lane here. Butterfly effect has been expanded from Joy.
Yeah, the Unending Sorrow all the way up in front, but the Infinite Vastness will be used as well, so Altar being expended, but in the end, nobody's really dying on this one.
Ran, he's looking for an opening. Sunrise gets...
They're going to get the pushback. The top two Clash laners have been going at it for quite some time, but now Yuno is looking to join. He's got that damage, but Zoe getting so low, but Ching will die.
He clutches it so well here. Yinwo with the cavalry to save his dear jungle here. Ching with the attempt. Good try, but not this time.
Showing you that picks are not just that important, the execution as well. 2v1 numbers advantage for AG. And Ran now, he's just ready to give it a go because Joy does not have his ultimate.
And you look at the goalie that we keep mentioning time and time again here. 3 kills are the side of AG.AL, but that goalie is just ever so slightly glowing as every minute passes on.
It's tough. TT Global right now don't have that map control. They've been pushed back. I mean, the 3 kills have definitely helped, but AG.AL, the way that they're moving across the map, they're taking advantage of everything.
And it's so hard to choose, right? Because on the side of Sunrise, like you said, you definitely want to go for Sheng on this Xiao Xiao, but at the same time, you need to deal with Inor, so they're never standing together.
They're never standing together, and they are currently standing as one to really counter this Crimson Golem. If they can get this, the lead further pushes over.
Yeah, Joy taking a lot of damage. The Crimson Golem has already been stolen away, but now the jump in. Sunrise finds Shang, just left them wanting, and that's it. But the Unending Sorrow, it looks like they're going to be trying to retreat on this one, but it's a 1-for-1 thus far.
They can't chase. Ran does have his ultimate. That Truth Mantra is available. Ching cannot make the steal. There is no jungler available for TT Global. And AG extend their lead to 4,000 gold.
And look at Rondo. He might be looking for potential engages here. These snipes here coming in from Yino are hitting hard right now as more snipes onto Crane here. Crane's recall has been stopped by Yino.
Not the ideal situation. Crane has to walk back to base. That is time wasted, and that is time bought for the side of AG.AL.
AG.AL looking at a very comfortable lead right now as they want to make sure Yino gets so much space. Yino, look at him, having the time of his life right now, unbothered, unscattered.
This cover by Shuai is so good, right? The range of his Tragic Beauty as well as the Mournful Tempo, the stuns, and look at the free hits he's getting.
He's just going in for free hits, and he knows for a fact if someone so slightly just jump on him, he can bail out with the Unending Sorrow here. Hence, he's just slowly chipping away this mid tower.
Sunrise, this is not the place you want to be. Another snipe hits his head here, and this is why the device is so irritating to deal with.
So irritating to deal with here. Yino exceptionally well here. Look at the engage.
Jump in, he gets the pushback with that heroic charge and he pushes him away. They get Shang, but the infinite vastness is going to be used by Snowy. He was so low.
Yeah, Ching makes it out. He will have to run away. TP back to home. Nobody dies yet on the side of TT Global, but they give away the most important marker.
But look at Ching and Sunrise position though. They want to contest this.
Contest here. Ching dives on in for this, but Terrain has been picked off. The tire will be picked off as well. They lose two.
They lose two, and right now the chase continues by Ron here. Snowy does not have the infinite fastness. Gets caught out by Ron and Zoe here. 3 kills towards the side of AG.AL. Potentially a 4 onto Ching.
Oh, they walk right into this one. Ching pushes him away with that heroic charge, and it looks like Shuai wants to go for it, gets the solo onto Ching.
Yeah, man, AG.AL, this is a door opening that they did not expect to get, but they will oblige.
And AG continuing on, putting that pressure onto the bottom T3. Yunuo hitting like a truck, taking it down, as well as the mid T2.
7,000 gold lead for AG.AL. That was so many kills. The Shadow Tyrant towards the hands of AG.AL right now. They are looking so damn confident.
So tough, right? Sunrise was looking for the flank, but he knows that it's too risky of a play right now, especially with Ching down. TT Global hanging on.
The counter pick of Soya, the device is working so well. Look, Sunrise is now, inhibited. He cannot move around the map anymore.
They cannot move at all here. Look at Sunrise. As you mentioned, he's just trying to delay the inevitable right now. More and more damage onto the Zhuangzi. He's not tanky here. He will have to back off, and this tier 3 will be in danger.
AG.AL starting the siege on that top T3, easily taking it out. But look at the other side. I mean, TT Global took their first tower. The bottom T1 might open up the map, but man, it's been tough for TT Global thus far.
Sunrise, maybe he can get a steal here. He is appearing. They know that he's here. They see the marker. They're all chasing in.
Yeah, they know. The spider senses are on point. They're trying to just survey the area. They're not able to find them, and it looks like Sunrise will recall back.
He will recall back, but the Shadow Overlord has been fallen towards the hands of AG.AL. The last tier 3 tower stands for TT Global in this game 6.
Look at the top 3 gold charts. All of them going the way of AG.AL. They've played this game perfectly. And with these Vanguards looking to crash into the middle lane, it's going to be less and less space for TT Global.
No more lifeline for the side of TT Global. They were looking so good at the start of the series. They're looking for something.
Yeah, they go in for this one. But the infinite fastness, he's going to look to try to go aggressive. They want to go, and they find Yino. That's a huge play for them. But what else can they get? They're on the run. The top T3 is looking to go down, and Zoe just wants to end the game. Slice and dice, and they will go to an ultimate battle.
Welcome to the ultimate battle. This KWC 2025 could not have happened in any other way.
热爱黑周 K 的朋友们，让我们用掌声和尖叫迎接这场巅峰对决 AG.AL versus TT Global. We are going to game number 7.
Ultimate battle, my friends and fans in HOK. There was no other storyline than this.
Man, what a series we got in our hands here, kid. We are going to ultimate battle here. We were questioning, are we gonna see a clean 4-1 from TT Global? But no, the resilience, the gameplay, the mature, the experience coming in from AG.AL is just too strong.
This is why they're a championship team, able to have that resilience to bounce back, know that no hole is too deep for them, and they can climb their ways out. Yes, they still have one more game. They have not crossed that finish line, but they've gotten themselves even with TT Global here.
So with this, you know what makes me really happy? Ultimate Battle, we will get to see the early. I want to see that hero so bad.
Yino's early will be unlocked in this Game 7 here. That is a staple pick, the FMVP Yino. His early will be unlocked here. So, Game 7 here, we will no longer have pick and bans. It is just blind picks.
Yes, you work in silence and you let your results make the noise. AG, 真的是让山追势吗?
We have to see, kid. We have to see. Will it be a reverse of what just happened here? Because, man, what a series we got on our hands today. Because right now, we are looking at both of these coaches. They will have sufficient time for the first phase of the ultimate battle, which we will start with the side selection.
Okay, let's take a look at the side selection. I am pretty sure they will show it now. Now, what does TT Global for? They go for that blue side pick. They want Prio.
They want Prio, they want the blue side map advantage that is in favor of the bottom side. They want to put pressure onto Snowy to carry this game here. And Coach Joseph and these two coaches, they shake their hands and right now they are looking to formulate the draft. They have 3 minutes.
But do you really want to give AG.AL the red side, the counter pick side?
But Ken, you gotta remember, Ultimate Battle, there is no more counter picks. We're looking at blind picks here. So coaches are going to be thinking, are we going to be drafting the most meta composition? Or are we going to be looking at the counter compositions, right? What are we looking at here?
You're looking at the buff positioning, right? Because this is where your farm lanes will be decided. If you're on the blue side, your farm lane is going to be at the bottom. The Prio buff to start with on the red side is actually the blue buff. Your Crimson your Azure Golem, and that impacts your rotations.
That indeed impacts your rotation here, but since the side selections have been finalized by both these two teams here, we will definitely be seeing the early here being the pick here for both these two farm lanes here. But I gotta be thinking here, what are the potential other picks here that might be available?
I don't know, the jungle, like Ogren, we haven't seen an Ogren yet, right?
Are we gonna see like the Ogren or potentially a Jing matchup? Zoe is a godly Jing here.
Yes. We have seen him in KPL where he took that Jing to an absolute different level.
It may be the Jing here, it might be the FMVP that he got with his pay pick here. There is so many options here coming into this ultimate battle here. We gotta see here, is mid lane gonna be a Mai Shiranui double matchup here? What are we gonna be looking at?
I mean, at this point, you have to take a look at the stats, right? Because for AG.AL, they are the #1 team in terms of wins in best of 7s. So TT Global, the stats don't look too good. But if there's any day to prove someone wrong, today has to be that day for TT Global.
And Coach Joseph has a 100% win rate in grand finals as well, though. So you are clashing two of these statistics here.
Someone's gonna walk away with 0 today.
Yeah, it's going to be unfortunate for them. I mean, I think going into this one, it's going to be key to ensure that like you have a well-rounded draft, but at the same time, trying to counterpick what they could potentially throw at you. I think it's okay if we have an Arlie on Arlie action or even Mai and Mai in the mid lane. But some of the other heroes, the jungle one is going to be the most interesting, at least to me.
True. Look, this is a battle on many fronts. KWC, sure, you're here as the two titans from KPL, but even in KPL, they are now in the S group. They have fought each other. So this is not just pride on the global stage. This is also a home bragging rights you want to have.
You want to be having, if you're TT Global, you might be the ones to defeat AG.AL in the international stage. And if you're AG.AL, getting this win cements yourself even further as one of the best KPL teams out there. So the stakes are extremely high.
Yes, an extensive history, as you guys know. If you didn't, Eno is considered a veteran in the KPL server. TT Global, also known as the Young Guns team. They're very, very young, under 20, I believe. And now this question is, does tenacity beat experience?
Does tenacity beat experience? Well said here. Only time will tell as we are closing in at the final decision of the ultimate battle. 50 seconds on the clock.
Right, so welcome everyone. If this is your first time watching Honor of Kings, we are at the ultimate battle. 18 teams have come with 18 different expectations, but one destiny to be fulfilled. It was no other way. It had to be the ultimate battle. 50-50, who is going to take it all?
Who is going to take it all? Will it be the Youngbloods, TT Global, or will it be the legendary AG.AL from the KPL region? Only time will tell. 15 seconds on the clock for the final draft of KWC 2025.
Okay, so what do you expect out of this ultimate battle? Are we going like strong, aggressive, go into the jungle, or are we talking about play our cards safe, wait until we have our power spikes, and then we start fighting?
We gotta see, right? Because last game, it was so bombastic coming in from AG.AL here. All of these teams ramping up into Game 7, they have their own moments, have their own highlights here. It was so crucial for them to get that first Tyrant. I think whoever gets that first Tyrant on 4th Minimark and wins that team fight will secure the mid to early game.
I like that you say bombastic because straight away my mind went boom shakalaka.
I mean, going into this one, I mean, the biggest thing about this is that they're literally playing this game for about $290,000 USD, right? That's the difference between first and second place. $750,000 for first place and winning the KWC. You're talking about prestige, but hey, money talks as well.
Money talks and money is earned for those. It is not given. It is not given. It is earned by yourself here. We have so many fans in the Amazon arena and we are excited with them as well. Look at the AG.AL fans. They are wishing best of luck for their team.
That's right. We have made the decisions, or they have made the decisions. They have brought their destiny to this critical moment at KWC 2025. And you are all invited because as we enter this final stage of the ultimate battle, only one will come out. But let's hear from the desk. Isaac, what do you have for us?
What do I have for you? I have Game 7. It is exactly how everyone dreamt that it was going to be. When you woke up today and you said like, oh, I'm really looking forward to this AG.AL against TT Global, you're expecting the kind of action that you are having today. And I know that I was not the only one that wanted this to go all the way till the 7th game. If you're new to us, we're coming into the ultimate battle. That ultimate battle where everything is up for grabs, every strategy is out there, and all we're here is gonna come down to the players, to the coaches, and it's gonna come down to the fans to give us some noise and be able to allow them to get stronger and stronger. Boys, let's talk Game 6 before we go into Game 7. What happened right over there?
Oh my goodness! It's a mastery of Ben picks, okay?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Now, we talk about this all the time.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, we do. we started out with a Dharma and Zhuangzi pick and counter pick, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my god, is it over?
Yeah.
But then the Musashi get taken out. And we're like, okay, Musashi, well, what do you do? Zhuangzi can cancel that. But it turned out he's a bait. He goes in, bait out Zhuangzi's ultimate, and Dharma goes in, right? So that's a strategy. On top of it, what AG.AL did is they have Shoyu, have the poke comp.
Poke comp,
They
yeah.
have a lot of vision. They have Xiao Qiao, they have Shoyu. They constantly poke the other side. So they're low on HP to begin with, which allow AG.AL even better chance at team fights. That's where they're able to secure every single objective. What a game to bring us to Game 7.
AG.AL, they put in their hearts out like every time, every game. They want to prove to everyone that, hey, this is a championship. We need to go prime time. This is going to be ratings for everyone. Then again, I kind of feel like the Long first pick was a wasted pick there for the side of TT Global because Long was actually already been picked by AG in game number 1. So I kind of like want them to go for maybe a different
order in those picks, right?
Yeah, a different order, maybe an S tier, another tier in the Clash lane, but then again, they're the pros. They're not me, so
I think that they already had an idea of what they wanted to go for, right? Like they already had a composition in mind, and they already could predict exactly what AG.AL was going to do on the other side. But you know what? That's the main difference in between the good ones and the professional ones. The good ones would just go and stick to the script, but the professional ones can just turn things around and try to find a little bit of an advantage. Phil, tell me.
Absolutely. Following up off a little bit more of what Manjin mentioned there. Yeah, I do agree. They could have picked the long still, but a little bit later on so that they don't have to give away the Dharma. Dharma, one of the most contested picks in the tournament. And every time it gets picked, it almost always wins, right? It's probably one of the statistical highest win rate picks there, which is why I think maybe instead of the long first pick, grab the Dharma and take the long a little bit later on. You know they can't take it and they can't remove it before you get it.
Dharma, it is statistically the highest win rate character in the entire series. We're talking about characters being picked out over 20 different games, okay? That's why there are a lot of stats behind it to support that this hero has performed extremely well in KWC.
Yeah.
And in esports, a lot of times it's not about how good you are with a character.
Yes.
Or whether a character is meta or not. It's just about whether it fits or not in a specific tournament.
Yeah.
And Dharma does that.
Well, Dharma was a meta pick in the whole KWC 2025. Of that, I am completely sure. But what about if we just come in and then we explain a little bit about this ultimate battle to everyone watching at home? So all the band picks, right? All the global band picks, all of the heroes refreshed. You can pick anything that you want. And the coaches get to blind pick, which means that they get to each one of them just pick without knowing exactly what their opponents are going to do. Then after we come back, what's going to happen is that each lane, one at a time, is going to show us what is being picked. Boys, what about if we try a little bit that? We're going to go lane by lane. Imagine that you guys are the coaches. Imagine that. Imagine that you need to be thinking about the meta. And then when I say 3, 2, 1, then you guys are going to show me exactly what you got. What about if we go for Clash Lane, all right? Clash Lane, one of the most important ones here in this meta. Clash Lane, 3, 2, 1.
Fatih!
Fatih, Dharma.
Dharma.
All right, so
Dharma.
Fatih, and Dharma. What about jungle picks? Jungle, 3, 2, 1, go.
Ogran.
Ogran.
Jing.
Okay. Mid lane. We've seen great performances in mid lane, and we need to check what you guys are going to pick. Mid lane, 3, 2, 1.
Mai.
Okay.
Wait. Mai for your thing. Mai for AG, but Gan and Mo for TT.
Oh. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
My for AG, Gan Mo for TT.
Hold on. Who's Jing for?
Both.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
Good. Let's come back. Boys, let me take the game, all right? What are you doing? All right. Farm lane. 3, 2, 1. Arlie. That was no-brainer, right? And then last one. Support.
I also
roamers.
do have an adaptation there as well.
Phil,
But
you
I'll
can come
let
back
it
with
go.
an adaptation after
I'll
we
let
come
it go.
finish with the
I'll let it
comps.
go.
All right. Roamer. 3, 2, 1.
Liang.
Idea. Wait.
The idea for TT, Yuhuan for AG.
Oh.
Okay. Diadea.
I said Liang. And
Liang
it's for
or
Liang
Liang?
is for
okay.
TT.
Okay.
Because
Good.
he has the Gunmo.
Because
Boys, you know what? We will find out if we are correct, if our analysts are actually accurate with this after this very, very short break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
AG.AL against TT Global, Game 7. This is the KWC 2025. This is the grand final. A 3-3 draw right now is sending us to the ultimate battle. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the Amazon Arena, I know you're waiting for it. Boys, what can we expect out of this last game?
I expect bloodbath. I expect rumble. I expect 5-on-5 outplays. I don't know, man. I just want to go crazy.
Oh, please let it go crazy because it's going to go nuts right over there. Look at the people. They see themselves on the screens and they can just amazingly just go AG43 TTG over there on the screen.
Some predictions live.
All right. Woo!
Man, both teams fought tooth and nails to this exact moment. If you're watching, doesn't matter where you are on the globe, I have only one question. Are you not entertained?
We are entertained, bro.
You cannot ask for a better final. You cannot script a better final. We're 3-3 going into ultimate battle. We mentioned how Yino will never get his Arlie. He's going to be banned every game. It was banned every game. Guess what? Ultimate battle, there are no bans. If he wants the Arlie, he's getting the Arlie.
The drums are getting ready right over there, my guy. It's ready to hit on those. Yes, sir. You know it.
Oh,
you know it. You know it.
It's
Everyone over there just said they're ready for this to go, Manji.
It's Saturday, it's dinner time, it's probably morning in the other regions, but welcome to Saturday night Hawk Down. They're gonna lay the Hawk down, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, here comes the drums.
Here comes the drums.
Thank you very much right over there to everyone watching at home. Say hi to them. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. It's been really nice being here all these long hours, just getting ready. You can see that Eno is locked in. He's locked in. He knows that. Like right now in his mind, blank. The only thing in his mind is the trophy. The only image that he's got right over there.
If you're a fan of TT Global, you need to send them your energy right now. If you're a fan of AG.AL, you need to send them the energy right now because this next match is for all the marbles.
If not right now, when? If not right now, when, ladies and gentlemen?
Exactly. For everyone watching at home, it's time to share this with your friends, share this with your community, have them come in and support the team that of your favorite. 对现场的观众，你们准备好了吗？ seems like they are excited.
For the group chat, for the chat out there, press 1 if you want AG, press 2 if you want TT Global.
Regardless, drop a like and subscribe.
I'm telling you, since day one that I started playing Honor of Kings, up until right now, I have been waiting for a game like this, in this exact place. You see, this is just worldwide stage. It's been years to make this happen. What about if right now we send it to the casters? They're gonna bring us the energy, the action of this ultimate battle. Game 7, TT Global against AG.AL.
Amping us up, Isaac. We are live and loving it. We are in the ultimate battle between AG.AL and TT Global, and we are going to be seeing the pick reveals come through now, guys. Take it away. Let's see what's going down.
We're going to start with the Fatih on the class lane, mirrored by both sides.
Fatih, the main key hero here, and Ogren for the two junglers here being locked in here. Further tempo for these two junglers, so pivotal.
Yep, instant executes available for both sides. Let's take a look at what is next between the mid laners here. I am expecting a Mai, but it's going to be Princess Frost. Wang Zhaojin comes into the gorge.
Changshen's Wang Zhaojin has been locked in here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the crucial pick that won them the KPL Spring Season 2025. Right now, let's move our focus towards the farm lane. Snowy's legendary Hou-Yi versus Yino's Ali.
You pick your best, you want to win with your best hero, and we are left down to that final pick in the room between both TT Global as well as AG.AL.
And I just received news. Both of our roamers will be playing the Liang Roam.
All right, perfect combination that goes hand in hand with the Princess Frost in the mid. And yes, it is not KWC final without the ultimate battle.
Ultimate battle, game number 7 between the two legendary teams hailed from the KPL region. This is the perfect way of ending the KWC here, Kin.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now in the presence of masters.
Presence of masters. These two teams, one will walk away with the trophy, one will walk away with the bragging rights and be the best team of the world.
Okay, so they're locking in now. I mean, we would not have it any other way. Blam, any expectations for this game?
I mean, it's got to be just ultimate battle to the T, right? I mean, I want to be seeing this just composed by both teams. Like, we've seen a little bit of disparity within the ultimate battle, but only the marksmen, right? Only the farm lane are picking their big picks, right? They are looking in the Ali and the Hou-Yi.
And those are the picks that they have done so well in this tournament here. Yino, his legendary Ali here, always there to clutch and save the day. That's why he is the FMVP user of that Ali skin here. Snowy, his Hou-Yi has been so crucial in this KWC.
A lot of different winning moments available for both sides, right? You have the Burning Sun arrow coming out from Hou-Yi, which can kind of set up from afar. And this goes very well with the Princess Frost and Liang combination. But with Ino, he can make those solo outplays for the side of AG.AL.
And that is why the audience love Ino and AG.AL so much, because he is one of the brightest stars in honor of kings that we have here. We are almost ready to get into this ultimate battle here.
Almost ready into the ultimate battle. We are just waiting for the players onto the gorge. It's been locked in. Your ultimate battle drafts are here on your screen.
Take note of the main difference here is flash for Snowy on his Hou-Yi, but it is frenzy for Ino. He does not need that flash at all.
And ladies and gentlemen here, we are going into game number 7. Ultimate battle between TT Global versus AG.AL. 荣耀就在前方，让我们一起见证谁能登顶。
That's right, your glory is in sight. Let's see who is going to be at the peak of the mountain of the competition of KWC.
They've already started off with a frigid prison, the lockdown on
Sunrise!
The blood goes to AG.AL.
And right away, they punish them hard. AG.AL looking for their first snipe. They get the steal on that Azure Golem. And right off the bat, AG.AL are swinging.
They are swinging and they are swinging hella hard right now. they already secured such a comfortable early lead.
It's not only that, they also take the entire jungle camp away from the side of TT Global. Not the best fight you want to see on the side of TT Global, but once again, this is something you want to see. Fight for KWC. Log in, draw that Blossom Aquanite chest for free.
Get that into the CD code and try your best here. And right now, both these two teams, we talk about TT Global here, they always manage to find the comeback potential here, so we can never count them out into the series.
Okay, so it's not the best start, and once again, you know, they lost their space right on the top, so the aggression, rotation, very fast coming in from the side of AG.AL.
That is definitely true here, and right now we are looking at the level 5 onto Zoe here, and Sunrise, only level 3.
So I'm curious, right, what does Snowy build here? Does he go for that Doomsday first, or does he go for the Spark Force Dagger first?
I think coming to this Game 7 here, everyone is looking eyes sharp onto Snowy here. He definitely will go for the critical build.
Yep, and you can already see, right? At the start of the game, Eno will have a slight advantage against Snowy here, especially when he has Frenzy on hand.
Frenzy is a very strong spell, ladies and gentlemen. It gives you life steal, it gives you physical and magical reduction here. Look at the positioning coming in from AG and Zoe here. They're looking for the level 4 breakthrough point.
Yep, that first play allowing a 1 level advantage coming out from the side of Zoe. And of course, Sunrise just hit level 5. He needs a little bit more funneling.
He indeed needs more funneling here. Look at the respect that Snowy is paying towards the side of AG here. No members are shown onto the map here, but a collapse might be happening right now as the members of AG are collapsing.
Yep, they're buying time. They come in.
Oh, okay, Zoe as well as Ron trying to get the dunk onto Joy, and that is no Joy for TT Global's Joy, and there is no Jing as well. This has been a great rotation here from AG.AL. Looking to just put some pressure into this top side of the map.
Being a true seer, you can see my eyes, but you cannot see my vision. And with the vision, it is going to be AG.AL who step ahead.
They are one step ahead and they are now with a 1,000 healthy goalie. Let's break down this play real quick here. Ron with the amazing engager, not even burning any spell to execute the roamer coming in from TT here. Joy gets taken down, Ching gets taken down as well.
Okay, Sunrise maybe trying to go for a bit of a contest here for that Azure Golem. I mean, he definitely doesn't want to overstep, right? Obviously, Shuai has not got the ultimate, but does he know that? Probably not just yet.
I mean, the timing is so important from the side of AG.AL, right? It almost feels like anytime there's a potential fight, Zoe does have the seal state. He's ready to execute you when you are less than 10% health. And he has the help of Sheng as well as Shuai. The timing has been perfect.
Timing is indeed perfect, and that is what you want coming in from Princess Bronze, and engage goes through!
Suppression, but obviously he tried to use the Burning Sun Arrow there, but it got wiped out by the Maple Dance.
Exactly. This is timing at its peak. AG.AL, you have tasted and poked and prodded the demon. They are on form now.
And the 1v1 goes through topside here. Ron goes extremely low. Ching wins out in this exchange as they are forced towards here, and Tyrant spawns.
Oh, nice freeze!
Okay, the Winter is here. Just going to the side of AG.AL, looking to put a bit of pressure into the back line here. We do see that Sunrise already used the Conductor of Souls, but we are seeing that Ching needs to do the damage onto Zoe to keep him away. Looking to contest this Crimson Golem.
Song's Princess Frost is so clutch there. There was no setup that he single-handedly frees 2 members of TT Global.
And one decision, it is close to a 2,000 goal lead for the side of AG.AL. How do you come back into this game as TT Global? It is so hard. And Eno has not been checked at all. He's already at level 7. And this Burning Sun Arrow, unfortunately, representative of TT Global's game state right now.
But Jin, we gotta remember, TT Snowy, this man, his Hoi is so darn good here. If TT Global can drag the game to a 15-minute mark, we might see Snowy pop off.
You might see, but Shuai has been hitting all the correct markers all game for now. And with the help of Sheng, this duo in the side of KPL has had a great win rate, close to 100% on most of their hero picks.
And right now we see Zoe coming in for the flag.
It's going to get hit here onto the side of AG.AL, and it's going to be Ron getting taken down here into the back line. It's going to be Ching. That's going to be a pick-off trade for trade there. 2 for 1. Snowy going down, but Inuad going down as well.
The bad thing here is Zoe has been getting everything for free. He's been getting kills. He has not been taken down just yet. TT Global, they are trying, but trying is not enough.
trying is indeed not enough, but no one is giving an eye onto Zoe right now. He is rampaging across the gorge as all resources are going towards his pocket as we check out this replay.
Yeah, this is a nice movement here. Snowy actually committed his flash, so he knew he was out of the battle straight away, gave his life, tried to put as much damage as possible. But with such a monstrous lead, look, the TT Global fans, they know what's going on. They have to hold on.
They have to hold on, and Ching is one of the key members that they have to look out for because he was the one to single-handedly remove Yinor from that battlefield.
But hey, I mean, TT Global fans, you gotta have faith, right? Keep it in, keep your spirits alive. Your team needs you at this point, right? I mean, it's not too far in between these two goal leads. It's only 2K. They can still bounce back.
Yes, but the itemization is a huge damage, right? Because look, they have to make up for the damage due to the lack of EXP and itemization. So Stolen Sorcery going in the hands of Crane. They're looking for the turnaround, but they need kills to complement and supplement that growth.
And when you talk about gold here, look at the difference between the two Ogrons here. Zoe, 6.2k versus Sunrise, 4.4 thousand. That level 1 invade here coming from AG.AL was so detrimental.
And he really is very close to that Blood Rage, that fist in red. At the same time, he also has the Protector Cuirass, one of the heaviest physical defense items available in the game as a sub-item.
We have to see whether TT Global has enough time to allow Snowy on this whole Yi to scale into fruition towards the late game, because that is their winning condition here. If Snowy can outscale Yinor, that will be huge.
He needs the help of Crane, right? So far, Sheng has been on point with the Frigid Prisons. The freeze has been great. Oh, catching out.
Yeah, bit of a speed come through here. 0 to 90 for the side of TT Global. Able to protect down Chuang. But now they are looking to get a few more kills on the board here. Ron gets taken down. But it is going to be traded for Crane and Joy. And we are seeing some joy for the side of TT Global. Or Sunrise gets taken down, and that's a double kill.
If you dare come at the Kings, you better not miss, because AG.AL will take your life.
They will take your life, and they will take your towers, your buffs, everything on the map of TT Global is under the invade of AG. Look at this invade here. The invade starts off with the side of TT engaging on Sheng. He gets removed from the map here. Ching, once again, crucial in the team fight here. He gets 2. He has to back off here. Look at Yinor, untouched here. He gets all the damage onto the members of TT.
This is why map information is so critical, right? You need to know where the members of your opponents are at, but right now, for 8-minute marks, they will be able to secure that Tyrant for themselves. So TT Global, there is some life, there is some hope.
There is some hope. The final hope lies onto whoever gets the perfect engage. Will Ching be able to assassinate Yinor? Will Snowy be able to scale towards the late game? Or will AG.AL come out on top in all these team fights?
It's not going to be easy at all, because Ran just secured that Overlord for the side of AG.AL. I was about to say Shadow, but it's not that state yet. Because look, AG.AL looking like late game heroes already.
Yeah, I mean, you're running away with fairies a little bit there, thinking it's going to get to the 10-minute mark just yet. I mean, it's been pretty much brutal, but there it is, the Burning Sun Arrow with the Winters here, trying to keep Shuang alive, but the flash in coming through for Ron as well. We're seeing here that Zoe is trying to put the pressure onto the side of TT Global.
That level equilibrium between Ran as well as Sunrise is hurting TT Global so much. This guy, Ran, on his fatigue, now able to be a thorn in the sides of TT Global, and being in this position of absolute strength, AG.AL are playing superbly.
They are playing superbly here. This is the AG.AL that we, the fans, the audience, want to be seeing right now. 4,000 gold lead heavy goes towards the side of AG.AL here. Right now, they're knocking onto yet another tier 2. The final tier 2 goes down towards the top side.
Yep, this 10-minute mark is going to decide the fate of TT Global here. If they lose the important neutral objectives, it could be game very much over.
Game very much over here. 10-minute has reached for this ultimate battle here. Shadow Tyrant, Shadow Overlord has arrived onto Hero's Gorge.
Yeah, they have the map advantage here. There is a Vanguard on the top side pushing away that top side wave, And with this, AG.AL have complete dominance. This Shadow variant of the Titan will go into their hand.
Yeah,
but
creating the pressure on the
Sunrise.
top side of the map is going to be huge here, but the Burning Sun Arrow does land up, but it's not going to actually claim anybody just yet. It's just going to make sure AG.AL is able to get that Tyrant, and now they are getting the results from that extra damage. Inoa getting the claim on the Sunrise.
The team that is known as the 10-minute buff, they themselves take the Tyrant's buff, and they're going to make absolute value because they are knocking on the doors. T3 open, and here is AG.AL.
Looking to put pressure onto the T3s here is going to be AG.AL, right? 7k up at 10-minute mark, going to that 11 minutes. We've seen that the Winter is being put down to just try to keep away from those minions, but it is enough to wipe out a trade for the trade. Crane and Schwang trading ultimates.
Right now, we are seeing such a strong AG.AL onto Heroes Gorge right now in this pivotal game number 7 right now. They have a 7,000 healthy goalie. It is super huge in the 11-minute mark.
You truly are seeing a master at work here. AG.AL, they look so dominant from the get-go. Their first blood led to so many benefits to the side of AG.AL.
Yeah, I mean, look at Zoe here, right? Like 6-0 and 3, 10.5k to 6.9. That's already showing just the devastation of that first blood. And they're not looking to stop here. They know the timer. The Primal Bond wasting up in 6 seconds.
6 seconds onto the clock right now. Primal Bond is not an issue for AG.AL. The prize Shadow Overlord has been secured for AG.AL. They will formulate this massive push.
Pressure is increasing for the side of TT Global, and also Snowy went for the full damage build because they need it. And at this point, if they fight unfairly on the side of AG.AL, they get the stuns whatsoever, it's gone case. Snowy will be taken down in an instant.
That's why Snowy is so important in this coming team fight here. If he can stay alive, if he gets distance of TPS here, he'll be important here. But Burning Sun Arrow gets blocked by the early spell to Maple Dance here as the minion waves are slowly crashing.
You have to be careful here for the side of TT Global. They are getting caught out by those CC moves. They have to make sure they're having a bit more of a micro transition here within this fight. They have to make sure they're just going around AG.AL.
They have to do something. Crane, he has to be responsible for the defense. He needs to block them away. But AG.AL, they're so strong. Ino ready to go.
Yes, it is activation time. They are looking to take the T3.
Sunrise
down goes Sunrise. That is your frontline gun. Access into the backline gun, but also Inwa is gone down for the side of AG.AL. Do they need it right now? Probably not. They're just looking to get some of these high ground turrets and then push away.
Yep, that is 2 T3s for the price of an Eno. That's a good deal any day, right? AG.AL, they'll take that anytime. Also, they get the Crimson Golem.
All the resources are going to the hands of AG. Let's look at how that happened right now. Shuai gets frozen. Eno goes in with the 1v1 against Ching. Takes a lot of turret damage here. Sunrise, without the items here, he gets taken down. Ching, once again, takes down Eno with him.
This is why Eno is so good, right? He's always going for the important targets. The turnaround has to be Ching, because once you deal and push back Crane as well as Joy, there's no other follow-up damage. Snowy cannot stand on its own against 4-5 members on the side of AG.AL.
Exactly the case here, but Snowy, he has still yet to falter in these team fights. Ron will have to find him in the backline here. Shadow Tyrant has been started by AG.AL. Look at the positioning coming from TT.
Yeah, Burning Sun Arrow being committed once again, just trying to be like, hey guys, we have caught your number here. But I mean, is TT Global playing from a position here where they can be able to expand those Burning Sun Arrows at this distance?
They can't. There is no fight. AG, Zoe, they cast him out.
Okay, the suppression. He does have the Sage Sacred Dome, so obviously Zoe is going to get taken down.
Inua!
Go down. Inua gets taken down by Ching. Can we get some more here? But no, it's just another one trade for 3. Mini-wave crashing through.
There is no more life. One more push. AG.AL on the cusp of victory. This could be the winning moment.
They're looking for it. They're looking for it. Crane's going down here. It's only Ching alive. The minion wave trying to be feeded through here. He gets frozen.
There's minions!
Placed down.
AG.AL wins!
Takes the KWC Championship.
Truly the kings of Honor of Kings, not just in KPL, but in the entire world. KWC 2025, they came back from a 3-game deficit.
心怀荣耀，勇往直前。The summit stands unshaken. AG AG.AL, the kings of KPL, the tallest mountain, and the longest river of Honor of Kings. AG.AL is your 2025 KWC champions.
This has been a great experience, truly been an honor. I mean, I'm so glad to have shared the stage with you. Blam, Sagi, once again, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. The three of us, now we will crown AG.AL as the champions of KWC 2025.
I mean, even more notably, right, Inua has been here twice. He did it with the KPL Dream Team last year. He's now done it with his homeboys from the AG.AL dynasty. They are looking to take another crown, and obviously club membership points as well. That's going to boost AG.AL up the board.
They could potentially take the entire club championship, because if you win, which they did, you get 1,000 points. And once again, lifting up the trophy, well-deserved AG.AL.
Your champions of KWC 2025. That is the golden reign that you won from AG.AL. But let's hear more from Sky in the front stage.
AG!
Well done, boys.
Please, let's make some more noises for a new world champion, AG.AL! 心怀荣耀！
心怀荣耀！
All right, it was AG, it is AG, it will always be AG who make the rules in honor of Kings. This will be the moment that I believe you'll be memorizing for the rest of your life. But I believe now it will be the time that we have a little talk with the world champions. Here we go, Shai. So, miracle does happen in this. How did you exactly make this happen? 大帅，真的，今天这种翻盘太恐怖、太不容易了。你们究竟是怎样可以拿到今天这样的胜利呢？
就没觉得会输吧，然后只是再走一次年总的剧本吧。
We never think we're gonna be losing, and we think we can make miracle happen one more time, just like what we did last year. All right, thank you. It will be Ino then. So, as a team leader for AG.AL, what do you think about today's performance?